Walt Disney is an American success story beyond compare, from Mickey Mouse to Snow White. From Disneyland to Epcot.
There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.
Walt shaped our culture in countless ways, providing entertainment for millions of people.
He wanted positive thinkers. He wanted people that were plussing things. A good idea, he'd make it a great idea. Never failed. But that's the way it was with him.
His legacy stretches from the creation of Mickey Mouse in 1928 right up to today. It's truly a Disney World.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. The public is finally getting details of a draft agreement between the U.S. and Iran after days of secrecy. The AP Sagar Magani has the story.
Senior U.S. officials have read the Memorandum of Understanding to reporters. It includes a new minimum standard for diluting Iran's highly enriched uranium and waiving some U.S. sanctions on Tehran once a deal is signed. Washington's draft also includes toll-free passage of the Strait of Hormuz, but only for 60 days, leaving open the possibility of future fees. In France, President Trump says it could be signed in the next 2 days, but
Crazy things happen with deals.
Iran is suggesting both presidents might do a signing ceremony, which would be a major step for nations who severed diplomatic ties 46 years ago. President Trump says if Iran does not live up to the agreement,
we're going to bomb the hell out of them.
Sagar Magani, Washington.
President Trump is trying to stop the confirmation process for his own nominee to head the nation's intelligence agencies, Jay Clayton. It upends Senate efforts to renew a crucial surveillance program that expired last week. This is Virginia Democrat Mark Warner.
This is a careless White House, a president that is treating our national security with complete disdain and acting at a level of recklessness that puts Americans at risk.
A judge in New York says Luigi Mangione plans to assert a psychiatric defense at his state murder trial, claiming he suffered from extreme emotional disturbance when he shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. It could mean less prison time for Mangione if he is convicted. New Chair Kevin Warsh says the Federal Reserve is keeping a key interest rate unchanged.
Persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. But the recent past need not be prologue.
This is AP News. Musket balls and a fort have been found.
History comes alive on Bunker Hill in Boston, one of the most storied battlegrounds in American history, where archaeologists are digging at the site of the famous battle fought on June 17, 1775. Archaeologist Joe Bagley.
We've been able to find evidence of the park's use going back thousands of years. But what we're really excited about is we're starting to find some of the artifacts that were actually here during the battle itself. So far, we've gotten a gunflint that was used by one of the soldiers in the battle.
They're searching for the remains of an earthen fort built in a single night and artifacts left behind during the first major pitched battle of the American Revolutionary War.
The Battle of Bunker Hill was the bloodiest battle of the entire American Revolution, and it happened right here.
The dig is part of commemorations marking the 251st anniversary of the battle and America 250. I'm Julie Walker.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service. Mostly cloudy skies will be the rule for the rest of the week as a developing tropical disturbance heads our way. Northeast to east winds of 10 to 15 miles per hour could reach 25 mile per hour in gusts tonight and Friday, mainly in the CNMI. Scattered showers today could become numerous tonight and Friday, then diminish for the weekend. Seas of 3 to 5 feet will continue through Friday, then diminish between 3 and 4 feet. Fire danger is moderate but could become high on Sunday if the disturbance doesn't drop enough rain. A moderate risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs could become low over the weekend. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Hoppaday Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We have 6 minutes after 6 o'clock. It is a Thursday, June 18th, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, right now at Triple J Ford, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. Our studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday, the American Revolutionary War began on April 19th, 1775, with the battles of Concord and Lexington, as the 13 colonies sought to separate themselves from Britain. On July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was signed, but the war didn't end until both countries signed the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Fighting stopped at Yorktown in 1781, but we didn't have instant communication in the 18th century. Messages traveled by ships, crossing the Atlantic Ocean, and it would take months to receive a reply before peace could be achieved.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all recent high school and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Celebrate Dad in style at Roots Hills Grill House at Guam Plaza Resort. Join our special Father's Day brunch with prime cuts, seafood, and sweet treats. Adults $85, children $42.50. Make it a day Dad won't forget.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucino, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Let's play a game. The rewards are high if played right. In the game, you can receive an education, choose a career, buy property, get married, and so much more. Success in the game doesn't rely on luck, chance, or even strategy. To win, you must know the rules. The Constitution is the rulebook for our game. It tells the players, you, me, the government, what's fair, what's foul, and who makes the calls. Learn the Constitution. Use it, defend it, and win, because if you don't know the rules, you can't win the game.
Freedom. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Adelude continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out!
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Oh, the countdown is for real. 1, 2. He doesn't even bother to go to 3. He just is like he's waiting and impatient with that good love and the call to action. Let's go at 6:16 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Got kind of busy one for you this morning. I was awakened. I wasn't awakened. I was my phone was ringing like crazy when I was in the shower, and then I came back to it and found out that. Well, we were talking the other day, and the governor apparently was heading off to Washington, and what she was doing was, she was attending a full Senate committee hearing with the Energy and Natural Resources committee in Washington, D.C., and just came back with a lot of interesting conversations that were happening back and forth, and some of it was recorded, and so we'll play you snippets of some of the responses that she had. It was called by the chairman of that Senate committee, Michael Lee, who wanted to gather governors from across the states and the territories to talk about their needs. And she touched on a few interesting points that definitely have something to do with everything that we do on Guam. She did recap the hearing that it took place. She's got talked about veterans issues. They talked about deep sea mining. They also had some information. I mean, They also had some really interesting stuff on cabotage. And we'll read some of it to you. But the chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee
said that he's going to take a look at cabotage to find out how it is possible for Guam to survive under these restrictions on foreign airlines coming in to Guam, and the headline and the impact on Guam. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But first of all, we got to get to Landon Idlet, who should be calling us, well, at the minute. He's on the line. I'm assuming this is Landon because this is the one interview that we hooked up for 7:15 this morning. Hey, how you doing, Landon?
Man, it's been a heck of a morning.
Just all right? I mean, like, what happened?
I was fumbling. I was running late, assessing things from home, and then coming into the office and fumbled the keys. And you know how doors and locks are when somebody's chasing after you.
Yeah,
that was this morning.
You and I should have ridden together. We probably would have been definitely the two Stooges. Because the same thing happened to me. I had to stop at the gas station. Then I went to pick up some oatmeal, and then I was fumbling. I dropped some things, a whole bag of Motrin on the floor, on my wooden floor in my room. And that's like watching glass
that
scatter.
sounds like my morning, and I did not even stop at the gas station, but my tank is on E, and the light's been on for about 2 days now.
Well, you know what? That was me. That was me last night on the way home from dinner. I said, you know what? Let me do the gas thing now so that I can get it out of the way. And then on the way in, I was like, dang, I could use some Powerade. And I'm looking for zero sugar stuff. And so that's where I stopped. But my morning, everybody in the house could only hear me say, instead of expletives when I'm dropping things or I can't pull something out, my big response to me fumbling stuff is, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And I'm talking to myself. Oh, okay. Well, I was actually going to call you to tell you, because we had our date was for 6:15. I was going to call you. I was walking in the door, and I was like, maybe I should let him know. And then you sent me a note saying, I'll 2 minutes.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got 2 more stray kittens at my house on top of everything else. So I'll think about that later, how I'm going to handle that. Because I already got 3 stray cats, 2 stray dogs, and now 2 stray kittens apparently in my yard this morning. So I'll deal with that later.
Okay, Dr. Doolittle, good luck with that. So,
my gosh.
Yeah. So listen, I want to get the straight skinny on this on this 92W. Let's hear it. We just had the National Weather Service report, obviously every single morning at the top of the hour. So let's get the latest out of you. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I would correct one thing in Paul's forecast recording this morning. I don't see any development with this 92W, and that's been one of the trends I've been watching for JTWC. All of us have been watching it very closely. It looked very meager 2 days ago, and then yesterday it looked much more impressive early in the morning. I had a lot of convective flare of these showers, thunderstorms, all around the developing low-level circulation center. But it was going through one of those diurnal phases, meaning that it doesn't sustain the convection. It kind of comes and goes in cycles. And that's more indicative of a weak, still disorganized disturbance. Once it can maintain that deep convection, those showers and thunderstorms, especially around a core, we know that things are starting to come together. And looking at the satellite this morning, I am not impressed. That's good news for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. I am not impressed with this system as it continues our way. So the likelihood of a tropical depression passing through the islands right now is significantly diminished from even 24 hours ago. So this is going to be a bona fide tropical disturbance. And what is a disturbance? It's an area of disturbed weather, showers, thunderstorms, and some gusty winds. If it passes over Guam, it looks very likely to pass very close to Guam or maybe the Rota Channel. Again, it's very hard to find a low-level circulation center right now. But if it passes over Guam, what will it look and feel like tonight and tomorrow? Not much. We're going to have some spotty showers, locally heavy rainfall potential, and some thunderstorms. But those winds, they'll very likely be light and variable like you're seeing outside the window right now, because the weaker winds are found near the center and to the south. The stronger winds are on the north side. And so that's ideally for Saipan and Tinian and maybe as far south as Rota. It's going to feel like a trade wind surge for them up there across the northern islands. So this is not going to be much to write home about. As far as getting gas, you can see it's very low priority for right now for me to get gas in my car. This is not something you need extensive planning preparedness, but if you have wind-sensitive items like tents, canopies, and tarps, maybe secure those. But that, again, is more so for the CNMI versus Guam. So I think an emerging elephant in the room, and something I was noting yesterday at the end of my day in the office, was the environment has been shifting over the last day we have this broad cyclonic circulation over eastern Micronesia and the Marshall Islands, and there's another circulation between Koshwai and Kwajalein. The environment had changed on the larger scale yesterday, and it looked like there's a lot of cyclonic or counterclockwise rotation inflow into that broad circulation over there, and that was going as far as our 92W. And so some of my suspicion is that that energy, some of that inflow, was detracting from 92W in its ultimate development. So 92W is still coming our way, but I think once it pulls away from all the mess to the east, it'll start to develop, but that's going to be well after it has passed Guam and the CNMI. So we're going to see a disturbance push through, not a depression, definitely not a tropical storm. We have no watches or warnings in effect. We could see some development in the Philippine Sea, and that would be more so the weekend and early next week. Good news for us.
It is good news for us. I like to brand them one of the other tarps down. I mean, this is not a tarp down, shutters up situation. This is just
no.
You don't. It's not. We're going to see big winds, some heavy rain at periods, but most of people still be able to function this weekend, which is good to know. You know, there were a lot of people banking on this report today, Landon, because there's barbecues planning for this weekend. So
Yeah, it might be a little bit sketchy tonight and tomorrow, and that's just because this disturbance will be bringing some of the spotty showers, some thunderstorms. And it's typical with tropical systems, the showers can be locally heavy. So if you're not too vulnerable and sensitive to rain and some passing gusts, you're fine to go with plans probably more so tomorrow evening.
Okay.
But if you're sensitive to showers and some gusty winds, maybe hold off until the weekend when the thing is all west of us and things should be improved. But again, this is definitely good news. It's been a very tricky, complicated system because all the forecast models really since early last week showed a bona fide tropical cyclone pushing through, and some of those tendencies were on the stronger side. We did not really bank into any of those solutions last week or the weekend, but due to a compressing timeline and the present disturbance early this week, we really did have to start communicating and start messaging in the side of preparedness and awareness, and the trends since then have just steadily weakened. It's an interesting case, nevertheless.
Well, you are bringing some good news to Dice, who was restraining on the other side her yelps, because she's like pumping her fist and she's like screaming, yes, yes, yes. So clearly Dice has plans this weekend that you are not ruining for her, Landon. So that's good. That's good to know.
Yeah. Again, this is not something to take a lot of action for other than being aware. And if you have any sensitive items to showers and gusts, that's just a standard in Guam and the tropics. Okay. But otherwise, we're going to ride this thing through, and I'll send out another email alert to all of the regional stakeholders and media. And that'll probably be the last one, as tomorrow's going to be a federal holiday. So I will not be here if at all possible. And then I still have my travel plans for Saturday. But I have shortened my vacation. I'll be coming back on Wednesday instead of staying a full week, just because I'm concerned about regional conditions across Micronesia.
Yeah, you're supposed to go on vacation on Saturday, beginning on Saturday for a week?
Yeah, but I'll be back Wednesday now.
Where are you going?
Going to get lost in Taiwan.
Oh, nice. Oh, good for you. That's a beautiful place. You've been there before, so it's not like it's
it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, have a wonderful several days that you're there. And, of course, you're right. Monday is a holiday. It's a federal holiday, so you guys are out of work. But if something pops off, definitely there's somebody always there. Okay. Landon,
for anybody taking the island hop, do stay tuned to weather conditions because we're seeing just a deep, soupy condition set up across all of central eastern Micronesia to south of Madrid. And so the prevalence of showers and locally heavy rainfall is going to be there probably the next couple of days until this whole mess over there gets organized. I don't see any potential for things to spin up out of this in the near term. Some of the forecast models do have something spinning up literally in the next 24 to 36 hours out of the Marshall Islands. I don't see that happening at this point, but maybe later next week into the following week, it could be a busier pattern in the western North Pacific as a whole.
Ooh-wee. Well, you know what? I got to say, the FSM doesn't need this. And I wanted,
No, they don't.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they haven't even begun to recover from being wiped out by Senlaku. When you get rains like this, even if it's not as heavy or typhoon or the storm grade, that falls behind. The recoveries tends to fall behind, right?
And it's exactly that, and it doesn't take a bona fide tropical cyclone to cause impact. So you can get a disturbance, drop a foot or more of rain on Pompeii or Chuka, and you'll have landslide problems
absolutely.
in every direction.
But for CNMI, what are you looking at again? Just because
CNMI, we're looking at realistically 10 to 20 mile per hour winds with gusts potentially up to 25, maybe a straight gust of 30 with some heavier showers, but otherwise it's going to feel like a breezier trade wind surge up there for us, much less wind potential.
Okay, good news from Landon Island. Appreciate it, Landon. Thanks so much for the time, and happy vacation to you. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
All right, take good care. It's the bottom of the hour. Yeah, he deserves to be on a vacation. I tell you, these guys have been working hard. No big threat to us. I mean, there's going to be some showers, but really, for the most of the part, you don't have to be worried about things flapping in the wind or there being any kind of reasonable flooding. This should all die down by tomorrow anyway. So your weekend will probably. He's saying, whatever you have planned for the weekend is a go. Right, and so you're outside, aren't you, Dice, the whole time?
Ma'am. We going outside.
The whole day, the whole weekend, you're going to be out doing.
We're going to be out. We're
Man,
going to be
dude,
out. We
I'm
got
gonna.
the USS GW coming in, so we're all. Really
I saw
excited
some of
for
that yesterday.
We're really excited for that. There's a lot of events going on this weekend too. So thank you, Landon, for bringing us some good news. We appreciate that.
I was standing I went to go get some something at ABC yesterday. In Mooney. I very rarely go in there, but I was in there and I was surrounded by guys off the GW. Right. These are children.
Aren't they just the coolest?
They are. I mean,
you chat with them. You got to have conversations.
Well,
with
I
the
didn't
guys.
because they were all in a group, and then it's just like this old lady interfering in a conversation. But
I love.
But
their accents.
I do eavesdropping.
I go for the accents.
Oh
like,
yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
New York. I'm like, you got a New York accent.
Yeah. But there was a brown kid.
Okay.
He's a brown kid. I don't know where he came from. But these guys, you can tell they're young. They're like 19 years old, 20 years old.
Sure.
And so
they're going to retire early.
Yeah.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Smart.
So they were all standing in front of the soft. They're still in front of the soft drink area because they can't buy liquor, right?
Right.
Excuse me. And so they're standing there, and this one guy goes. All of a sudden, they're mumbling like what they're going to do, and blah, blah. I couldn't quite make it up. I wasn't straining to hear. I just heard the one who overpowered everybody goes, "Y'all, we ain't coming to Guam to go to the movies." And then they started talking about, man, there's beaches, and I'm not going to get locked up in a cold aircon dark room. He says, "This will just put me to sleep." He said, "No, man, they obviously couldn't hit the clubs either, right?" So, he goes, "Man, there's a lot of beach. We could just, And I'm thinking, these guys, I would think, would want to do anything but be near ocean, right? But they're in it. They're in ocean, but they're not in the ocean. So, sitting by the beach, having a few, looks like they were buying Coke Zeros. And Gatorade, so they were that looked like they were buying snacks and things, and they're just literally boys, right? And they all sound like boys. They all sound like Riley, Anyway, so they were, but they're grown men in the U.S. military. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, and with great responsibility for the security of America. I understand the importance. Absolutely.
I can never do what they do.
Never.
So I'm
not
them,
even.
I give
not
them
even.
flowers.
I wouldn't even take the
not my
ASVAB.
lane.
There's no way.
Not my lane.
Yeah. So I mean, they were talking about, and then the other guy goes, yeah, we got to go to the beach, guys. There's chicks.
Yay! There you go.
There's this Guam chicks.
Come on, man.
Those Guam chicks are hot. Maybe we could pick up one of them or something. I was like, oh my
beauty.
God, it was so
Island
sweet.
beauty.
It was so
Island
sweet.
beauty. There's
So
some single ones. Go for it, fellas.
yeah. And then in my travels yesterday, in the heat of the day.
Okay.
I saw runners. I saw a lot of guys, walking Tumon.
Nice.
But I saw a bunch of guys who were just running. They're like, yeah, this is. I need to run. I need to move my body. I need to get out of that.
You
The shit
think,
mind.
right? Stuck on a carrier
Oh,
for how
yeah.
many? You want to stretch your legs.
Yes, you want to get that.
land.
Yes,
Like
you do. You want to smell that fresh air and run in Tumon and
Get away from that salt for
you
a little bit.
want to take off your shirt and show the ladies your physique. I'm like, I was having whiplash yesterday. I'm like, well, who's that?
Hey.
Well, who's that?
Try our food,
said,
guys.
"Look at
Enjoy the
this."
food. Enjoy the
Sorry,
food.
I was still on the physique. I hadn't got to the food yet. but I was,
Okay,
on the-
okay.
I was
Yeah,
still
for
like,
sure.
look at these specimens
There you
just
go.
running without shirts on. They're just some. I'm pretty sure that some girls that are 40 years younger than me are looking at
Right
it too.
on.
But
Hey, get it, ladies.
yeah, get it. Oh well, be
Get
careful.
it. Give them a reason to come back. Give them a reason to come back. Be like, look, bro, I went to Guam. Them chicks, bro, let me tell you. Them
They do say that.
islanders
They
don't
do
sleep
like the
on Guam,
ladies.
fam. Don't sleep
They do
on
like
it.
the ladies.
Come on, man. I like some island beauty, but I would, I'm keeping my
Are they here
fingers
for the whole-
crossed.
what?
I don't know, because I'm trying to get a tour. I mean, it's a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, so I want to kind of get a little tour on that bad boy. You know what I mean? So, I'm trying to,
Yeah,
rub some
you
elbows
work it
here, be
in.
Like, hey, dude, so like, little tour. bro.
I think that they, I mean,
Little
they
tour on
are
this.
doing tours. Like sometimes they open these things up to the military. I
Right.
mean, up to the media. They'll say,
sure,
hey, you want to
for
come
sure.
on board and check out the ship. They didn't send any releases about, media invitations on these things. So I don't.
I didn't.
But unless you know some people, which you do.
Right, try to rub some shoulders here.
Yeah,
Like,
there you go.
guys, let me see your kitchen. Is this what you guys are
I want to see
chowing?
your
What do you guys
mess
eat?
hall.
Where's your
Yeah.
mess hall at?
Yeah. The
guys
common
get some good
spaces
food.
that you see on
Yeah.
TV. Yeah. Have you been on an aircraft
No, I
carrier
have
before?
not. I have not. So I'm really.
You will
kinda
lose your
hoping-
mind. It's just massive.
Well, how long are they supposed to be here?
I know, that's what I was asking you.
Oh.
I can neither confirm or nor deny that they're even here.
Well, they're
that's
here.
The Navy. Yeah.
Hey, they're here.
The Navy doesn't talk about movements of their assets. They let you know when they're coming in, when they're within reasonable sight of
sneak up on
the
us, huh?
island.
They-
Yeah,
they sneak
they
up
like
on
that.
us,
It's not a surprise visit because a lot of vendors already know. USO,
Yes.
for example, they're saying. They know they're here because a USO, right?
Oh, for real.
Because they want to polish up their places. And in fact, the USO was saying the other day that they have a USO on board the GW, and so they were going to restock it. They're going to go out there. They were going to go buy things, and then they're going to get on the ship and restock the lounge with the things that these guys can take a break in.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Welcome to
all
Guam.
right.
Welcome to Guam, guys.
It's a lot different than being on the aircraft carriers back in the day where they didn't have this kind of technology, where you didn't, they.
It's not as sophisticated, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
they
high-tech,
make it
right?
easier for these guys. I think it became the attitude of the
wanna see what they
Department of
got in there.
Defense. Yeah, the attitude of the Department of Defense.
Department of War. Sorry, Patty.
Sorry, I know.
It's all right.
It's gonna take me a minute.
It'll take a minute. That's all right.
It's always,
There's so many acronyms. It's all right.
I know.
I got you. I
Well,
got you.
the-
She's
the-
like
the-
cringing
oh,
right
God.
now.
Yeah, I am.
Super
I'm just
cringe.
gagging at the moment, but I'm not the only one. I'm not gagging alone. Trust me.
cringing,
I'm not even trying to do that. But
Department of War.
yeah, Department of War. Oh, such big gonads, sir. Look at Pete Hegseth. Such big gonads. Anyway, so did you see him exercising on that one trip when they all went to Singapore and he got on one of the carriers?
Stop.
And
Did he really?
look at him.
How did he do?
Look at
How
him.
did he do? No?
He was like a fourth grader trying to do jumping jacks and couldn't get the coordination down.
Oh, he's not.
But
in
he's
it,
never
guy.
been, he might be muscular and all that stuff, but he's
For sure.
weak. He's as weak physically. I think he goes home and eats Cheeto sandwiches
Cheeto sandwich
with mayo.
Ew. Ew, I'm good. I'll pass. I'm not a big mayo person. I'll pass.
Well, I'm not a big Cheeto person now either, because But anyway, back in the day when these aircraft carriers, they were lacking in a lot of things that they have now. And then one of our presidents, said at one point, we got to concentrate on the morale of our soldiers, of our sailors, of our service members, that when they're away from home or on a ship or deployed someplace, we have to make life. If there's anything that they're going to have to be dealing with or stressing about, let's not let it be basic necessities like quality of home. right? Prices of things, more opportunities, and local communities did the same thing. That you can get a military discount all over the place, but as opposed to maybe a local discount, you can get a military discount almost anywhere you go, and you have to look at those places that offer that. If you're military, that they want to make sure that you're going to get a little bit, like 20% off on some cases, get a military discount, which really works. I should be using Ronnie's discount more often. Dang. Come to think of it.
No, I'm about to
was
go
like,
grab
you
me one
guys
of
should
these
ask
sailors.
if they do military discount.
Look, man, I'm grabbing me a sailor. There's 5,000 of them. It's like, excuse me, sir. There's 5,000 of
She's
y'all.
grabbing a sailor,
I'm
but
grabbing
not
a
the way
sailor.
you think.
No, not at all, man.
She's like elbowing him to say, yo, let's go check out the chicks. Let
Telling
me
you.
in.
Let me go. You
Can I
got
see
more
it?
pull than I do. Come
Yeah.
on, man. You got commissary benefits. They're going to go wild for that. It's like,
That's so true.
Hey, you got commissary
Yeah, this is the place that you
You
don't
even
want
need
to
a
be at.
pickup line.
You don't want to be at the commissary, and you don't want to be in the NEX, because that's where they are. They're buying their sundries, they're buying their snacks and foods and drinks and things. That's a place you probably don't want to be at. But anyway,
Thanks for the visit, guys.
Absolutely. We're hit the bottom of the hour. We'll go ahead and take this break here and come back around. Big Senate Energy and Natural Resources full committee hearing today, to which the governor attended and was able to report on a number of things for Guam that maybe feel like, I think that some of them have been, in her administration, have been beaten like a dead horse, but every opportunity to keep complaining about stuff that the federal government isn't necessarily paying attention to is always a good opportunity for Guam, apparently. So let's get to that bottom of the hour stuff, and then come on back with that. We'll be right back.
Give yourself permission to break the budget and indulge. We are throwing out the thrift books for a very luxurious edition of the National Day Spotlight on June 18th.
While we typically think of self-indulgence as an excuse to buy expensive retail gadgets or premium jewelry, modern behavioral economists have discovered a far better way to upgrade your lifestyle: the time splurge. Invest in your money to buy back your hours by completely outsourcing your most hated chores. Paying someone to clean your house, mow your lawn, or handle your laundry yields a significantly longer-lasting psychological return by erasing daily stress. True wealth is controlling your schedule. On National Splurge Day, rewrite your definition of luxury, invest in your mental peace, and hire a service that lets you put your feet up and enjoy your afternoon.
There's a lot of truth to this. I'm so in on this because our robot lawnmower has saved us a ton of hours every year.
And you probably heard Astro just now, just blipping around our studio here.
Absolutely.
Saves us time, too. Taking some photos.
He answers the door. He does all kinds of great things. We are also celebrating National Go Fishing Day and National Wanna Get Away Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Off day, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We're going to do some traffic for you right now, which is all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. And you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you can also visit our website at GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, we're going to take a trip along Route 3 this morning. It looks like traffic is moving nicely. We got a little northbound getting around Camp Blas this morning. Astumbo, we got a little delay. East Sangsong Road is nice and clear. Route 1 around the Micronesia Mall north, as well as some southbound when you get around that Jolly Bee intersection. But it looks like traffic is still light this morning in both Dedido as well as Jigo coming around Harmon. Traffic is moving great. Route 16, as well as our friends getting up and around T10 or Route 1 into Mooning. We do have a little north and southbound traffic coming on to Route 16 in Barrigada, hitting Route 10 this morning up and around Manila. We got a few cars on that back end, but let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads. The streets of Guam are wet this morning, so let's allow braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. Watch your speed limit, slow it down. Remember, guys, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. This is your traffic report, and we are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
The road to Adelup continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality healthcare and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Real conversations, real issues, real Guam. This is Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
No ghetto man goes talking that jive around. He don't bang up on my door and wake the whole town. Yeah, you once had my love, baby, but you gave all that to some lady. No ghetto man comes speaking down on all fours. He's got his self-respect, man, so get off of my floor. You think you're the star of my movie? I can tell you apart from what's groovy.
Groovy! You're killing me, Patty.
Shut up, Diane.
I am dying right now.
Listen, that was my morning.
that was
Did you
it?
see my glasses fall off my face while I'm
The
trying to
girl
clear my
falling
throat?
apart
No.
here.
Dice,
I got like a game of potato head. Add the glasses.
Shut up.
Put the headphones.
Dice,
we need a Patty
I've been
potato
fumbling.
head.
I've been fumbling. You know why? Because my nails are too long.
Oh,
you know that
okay.
feeling? I
No,
usually
I
have really
don't,
short
but-
nails, but I haven't gone to get a manicure since I've
Okay.
been back. So I
Just chew on them.
God.
Hey, just
What are you, 3?
Just chew on them. They'll be gone in a minute.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just bite on them.
No.
You don't want to chew on them? A little protein.
These hands, they started off with really low. They started off with being really short because I knew I'd be moving an entire house, helping to move an entire house. So I needed small nails. And since then, they've just grown. I just got my nail stuck in the door handle.
Good Lord.
It was wedged in there and almost took it off. So yeah, I got it. And so I was trying to put my glasses back on, and they fell off. And Dice is like, "Are we okay on that side?"
This is so
I'm trying to clear my
entertaining.
throat. There's a lot of things that were happening. I'm having a Landon day. That's kind of what I'm gonna say. So this morning, I was treated to a number of messages coming from John Ryan over at the communications department at the Guam over at Adelup, and he was sending me a number of things. She attended a Senate hearing by the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, and a lot of interesting conversations came out of that. I do have some bites from her on some of the issues that she was dealing with, and one of them was veterans benefits, and she speaks about how there is a very slow-moving pace of benefits being processed for veterans. So let me go ahead and run this one bite of her discussing, not on the floor, but this is after the hearing, what was said on these veterans issues.
Governor Senator Gallego asked specifically about veteran services in the territories in Guam. What was your response?
Well, Senator Gallego is a veteran, and he wanted to make sure that he understood what was going on with veterans in our islands. I brought up the issue of claims processing and how it takes a long time for service to be provided to our veterans, and offered the solution of a regional claims processing center in our island, and that was taken very positively, and I hope it moves forward to allowing Guam to do its own claims processing. As a result of that, we can help our neighboring island sovereign nations with their claims and medical benefits also. As you know, veterans, there is a big population of veterans also that provide protection and peace and democracy from our island sovereign nation.
So the point here is that they were talking about a processing center that could be opened up. This is the one that I'm talking about, where we have been through this all throughout. We've been through this. We've been through this through the past 8 years of her leadership. In that we from the very beginning, she was pitching to the Trump administration from early in that Guam needs to have a base where these claims are processed. But and she's adding to this current conversation that there are plenty of military service members, veterans that are living in these islands, and they don't have any access to any access other than what they can do by calling people like we used to. They don't have a Veterans Affairs office out there. They don't have any vehicle in the CNMI for veterans to claim benefits and go through a system when they're already standing in line behind Guamanians, and we are already standing behind those people that are in the office that has jurisdiction over all of us, and that is in Hawaii. And I've said this before, if you are claiming veterans making claims in Hawaii, where they have, more veterans than we have in Guam, just by the volumes of people who have served between there and here. When you're filing a claim, they're going to take care of theirs first. It's far more likely that you're going to see a claim that's going to be addressed by somebody who's living in the States because they have access. They can drive someplace. They can call someplace. They can do face-to-face quicker than we can make these claims on Guam and follow through. Granted, we do have a Veterans Affairs office that depending on the VSO, this is the Veterans Service Officer. depending on how quickly they can get into the system and move things through, having one on site obviously is going to serve more positively for Guam. And so one of the conversations that she had with the committee member, like she said, Senator Ruben Gallego, who is out of Arizona, where she was saying we need a claims processing center on Guam. She said she told other territorial chief executives before the committee that was yesterday or early this morning. He says he has served alongside men and women from Guam and other territories and acknowledged the inequities in claims processing, including their claims are entirely zip code related instead of the fact that they have served their country. So absolutely interesting. This is exactly what I'm saying. They're zip code related. So if you have a zip code out of Honolulu, it's not likely that you're going to be able to get the same kind of service as if you are in a zip code on Guam. Just, that's just a sort of natural conclusion. So that's what it was. She said about cybersecurity. There was also a point where they talked about deep sea mining, and the governor had a comment about what that looked like inside the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee hearing this morning.
Governor, Senators Murkowski and Hirono were very focused on the deep sea mining issue as it relates to Guam and the CNMI. What was your response?
I thought that both CNMI, American Samoa, and myself gave a united front position about how we don't support deep sea mining and how I asked that Congress take a pause in the process of deep sea mining to really research and review scientific data, scientific information. But most importantly, I did mention that we as island people have not been given the opportunity and the right to engage on a face-to-face meaningful discussions about what deep sea mining is about, how it affects our community, our economy, our culture, and our people. And they thought that was a bit unfair. And certainly Senator Murkowski is very supportive about more communication, more direct relationships, and engaging with the people in charge of this process.
And overall, she had a statement that she made about her take on the entire hearing and what exactly that hearing was about and how it benefits Guam. And here that part is.
Yes, I brought up some very serious and concerns. Of course, one is hospital funding. The other one is undergrounding our transmission lines, cybersecurity, and during the question and answer periods, I talked a lot about air transportation and the importance of air transportation and the purpose of removing the cabotage to provide more access to air transportation. And Senator Mike Lee, in his closing remarks, thanked me for it, and he's going to work to see how that can move forward. Overall, the hearing I thought was pretty good. The senators were very, very generally concerned. They had questions about energy, questions about deep sea mining, questions about military buildup, questions about Medicaid issues, questions about visa waiver programs, everything that really challenges that we see in our islands. So I hope that it moves forward with some actions and some solid results that would help our territory.
So a lot came out of this hearing, and we took a couple of notes on things that we actually also heard about. That one of the big takeaways is having a veterans insurance claims office on Guam. If there's anything that can be pushed through, we got deep sea mining and a lot of advocates. We've got a lot of advocates on cybersecurity. We certainly have a lot of advocates having to do with the issue of cabotage and the prices that we pay because we can't entertain other carriers into Guam because of the Jones Act. So these are things that we have been fighting for years, and always always in the conversation is the stuff that we talk about when it comes to veterans. I'm always in a conversation about what happens with veterans because there are so many of them here. We have an entire 2-hour show dedicated to issues that have to do with veterans. And we encourage more conversation about the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act that has not been doing well for veterans from Guam specifically, who've been exposed to radiation and nuclear reactors and the like, what was being worked on during the Cold War, and certainly the bombings, bomb testings that were happening in this region as well in 1946. So when you get the ear of lawmakers when it has to do with benefits, many of them will say exactly what Senator Gallego said from Arizona. And that is, I served at one time, and they don't have the same issues with veterans' claims over there as we do over here because each state has one. So the Philippines has one. And so in this area of the geography of the world, we are very much underserved when it comes to veterans' claims. And, I'll say it again, as I have repeated myself over the past 3 or 4 years when we were really heavily talking about it. There's a great sensitivity. We know Chamorro men. There is a great pride that comes with serving. And they carry that badge no matter what service that they were a part of, no matter how high in rank that they went, no matter what awards or honors that they may have received. There is something about the Chamorro man that has everything to do with pride. I'm not saying any other culture it does not feel the same thing, but I know these guys. We know them here, and they will give up easily if somebody turns their back on them. There's a pride there. They will give up. If they appeal to the government to tell them what happened during the times and what they felt they were doing for their country, serving from Guam, and it comes back as declining the claim, these guys take it personally. And I think a lot of guys do, but these guys take it personally. This is what I've witnessed from guys on Guam. And they will just end it. And there's a little bit of a bad taste, but it's a whole lot of pain. There's a lot of putti in there, right? That feeling that you've been rejected after giving something. And we tend to, in this culture, to not scream about it. We just sort of accept it and then move along. But there are people who are fighting for these guys to be able to keep stabbing at it because the federal government is not a person. The federal government is a machine. And they take everything and look at everything in a broad view. There's not a whole lot of feeling that's going into these. I mean, they may have somebody who's reading these things, but if you're not using the right language or the right keywords to get their attention, you're probably going to be declined. And that's just how it is. So, having a veterans claims processing center on it would be a big win for this administration if they can push something like that through before it happens, or at least lay down the groundwork for it to definitely happen to whoever takes over it come January of next year. Then Guam would be sitting pretty, no matter what the politics is. It's just the importance of having that service here for these guys. We are hitting the top of the hour at 7 o'clock in the morning. We got your AP News, and Dice has got your traffic, National Weather Service. The only correction Landon made to Paul Stanko's report is that it is not developing into anything that could eventually come at us. The latest is that, it'll be some rain, a little bit of wind, but nothing that would require you to take your tarps down or put your shutters up. So just keep that in mind when you hear that information. Coming up in just a few minutes, we are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. A memorandum of understanding to be signed Friday by the U.S. and Iran calls for Tehran to be, at minimum, dilute its enriched uranium and would waive but not permanently end sanctions. The deal would also open the Strait of Hormuz toll-free for 2 months. At the G7 summit, President Trump says Iran knows what's at stake.
If they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it, you know? It's amazing what bombs can do.
A Senate panel abruptly postponed a confirmation hearing for National Intelligence Director nominee Jake Clayton. The AP's Sagar Magani reports President Trump is ordering him not to appear.
The president says he's delaying Clayton's nomination in a bid to force Congress into moving on a voter ID bill.
It's not allowed. The Save America Act.
Trump's taking America's national security hostage.
Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer and Connecticut's Richard Blumenthal say the president's sending adversaries a clear message
that we don't take intelligence seriously.
The delay dashes hopes for Congress moving fast to renew a vital surveillance program that expired last week amid bipartisan anger over the president naming federal housing chief Bill Pulte acting DNI, a job he says Pulte will keep for now. Sagar Magani, Washington.
In Kevin Warsh's first Federal Reserve meeting, the central bank decided to keep a key interest rate unchanged, but almost half the policymakers said they could support a rate hike later this year. Warsh says he's developing task forces to make changes in how the central bank does its work.
A Federal Reserve that is clear-eyed about its mission, fit for purpose, and focused on the future.
Stocks moved sharply lower at the close. Military officials identified all 8 people killed in this week's fiery crash of a B-52 during a test flight at Edwards Air Force Base in California. This is AP News. President Trump isn't leaving France yet.
Hours before President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron were scheduled to meet for dinner at the Château de Versailles, southwest of Paris, tourists unaware of the event were left stranded outside its closed gates, unable to visit the glittering palace. As they learnt, the chateau was closed to visitors as preparations were underway to welcome the heads of state. It took 25-year-old Ben Olsen and his girlfriend Amélie Gour an hour to get from Paris to Versailles, only to learn they would not be able to enter. Olsen said of Trump and Macron,
I don't know what they're going to talk about. I don't know what their relationship is like. Personally, I dislike Trump, so it's even more disappointing that that's the reason it's closed today.
Macron's office says the French president was hosting Trump for a dinner marking the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence, calling it a historic symbol of Franco-American friendship. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service. Mostly cloudy skies will be the rule for the rest of the week as a developing tropical disturbance heads our way. Northeast to east winds of 10 to 15 miles per hour could reach 25 mile per hour in gusts tonight and Friday, mainly in the CNMI. Scattered showers today could become numerous tonight and Friday, then diminish for the weekend. Seas of 3 to 5 feet will continue through Friday, then diminish between 3 and 4 feet. Fire danger is moderate but could become high on Sunday if the disturbance doesn't drop enough rain. A moderate risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs could become low over the weekend. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Off at 8 Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. Let's go ahead and see how traffic is looking. This will be your second look for this morning, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO Or if you'd like to look at our inventory, visit our website at GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, let's see what we got developing. Machechi Road looks great this morning. Bello Road as well. We're going to hop on to Route 16 coming around Barragata. We do have a little delay outside of the Barragata. We're looking at that post office as well as the National Guard Center coming around that tri-intersection. That's where Crown Bakery, 76, Circle K, and the Barragata Fire Station. We do have some north as well as southbound traffic there. Mangilao is looking great this morning. That's going to be along Route 10. We got friends hopping on to Route 10 from Chalanpago going around the southern end of the island. We're looking at Jotnya this morning. Traffic is also light, moving great through Jotnya. No delays there, as well as our friends in both Ipan getting around Malolo this morning or coming around Malesu. We would like to remind and encourage all the motorists that we have wet roads today. So let's make sure that we drop our speed limit down a couple of notches. Keep your eyes on the roads. Let's make sure those wipers are working and get those headlights on. Remember, Guam seatbelts are sexy. Also, allowing braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us would definitely help us out this morning. It is a Thursday here on the Wave 105 FM, moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Jack here. I just want to make sure you've got two hands on the wheel when I tell you my Munch Better deals are just $5.99. Get a Junior Jumbo Jack meal or a Junior Chicken Sandwich meal for just $5.99. Okay, now let your hands steer you to Jack. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. You may not have heard of Mary Kay and Johnny, but it was the first American situation comedy series, premiering in 1947. The most famous sitcom of all starred a redheaded comedic genius and her real-life husband, who changed television forever when he created the first comedy series shot on film, I Love Lucy.
Hello, friends. I'm your Vitamin E Vegemin girl.
The beloved series is an indelible part of the American fabric, comedy that has earned immortality status.
The road to Adelup is set. This time, we sit down with Democrat candidates Senator Joe San Agustin and former Senator Dwayne San Nicolas. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 8 on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Oh, 105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflection so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Hot beat so smooth, I'm rolling. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I got no stress. Sunshine in my pocket. Good moves when I'm rocking. I'm feeling like ooh, 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 ooh. Rhythm in my soul. 24 karat gold. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, I'm on a roll. Ooh. Step aside, make room for the queen. Deja vu, too bright, can't miss the view. Da 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 da.
11 minutes now after 7 o'clock. Good morning to you. I was just like, I was stalking you.
Okay, what's up?
I don't know.
Weird. That is so awkward, bro.
I know.
Like, you are super weird.
Because because your posts are really they're like attractive.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Thanks,
I
guys.
it's not because there's some things that you do that are boring. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right on.
I'm kidding. No, I mean, when I see your stuff, a lot of your stuff is just good. So I open the page. You know, I'm a fan. I can't help it.
I like to keep my family back home updated.
Yeah. Oh, that's why.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
But
I'm alive.
but I see you.
You can't have my property. I'm still here. I gotta remind him. Like,
hey, leave
you're
my stuff
trash.
alone.
Right?
That's my land, not your land.
These refrigerators on my yard. It's
Yeah.
like, take your appliances, really.
Tell those children to stop playing. Do you have like CCTV TV cameras on your?
Oh yeah, for sure.
On your property, so
Yeah, I
they
do.
can't get
I
in
do.
there and start
Bro,
doing stupid
I
stuff.
put them in my banana trees, bro.
They don't even know.
They don't even know. I'm telling you. It's like,
I feel it. Yeah, you gotta protect your belongings.
Carefully, guys, tread carefully.
Yeah.
No, I'm just playing. Yeah, they're pretty. You know what? They're pretty obedient.
People are really
I got good
respective
neighbors.
of other
I got
people's
good
properties
neighbors, yeah.
because everybody has something.
I mean, everyone knows everyone's lot anyway.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's like,
You don't need no
You
stupid
don't even need
surveyors.
GPS.
All you need is like a
No.
line of mango
Bro,
trees.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, that tree, that's the one Uncle John planted, right? Okay, so that's my mark. Okay, we're good.
And that's how
we
it
do.
was.
That's how it is.
In my
still is.
yard,
That's how we do it.
down to the survey,
Yeah.
I had this one coconut tree that bordered me and the next guy.
That's what we do.
And my grandfather planted that, and it was when they came to survey the house. Boom!
That's
right
what
on the money.
Right on the money.
However talent these Manumku had in the back in the day,
works.
where there wasn't surveyors that were out there, you knew your lots.
We knew our
and
lots.
he was paying attention. You know, so
I'm telling you.
And
it was agriculture surveying, and it works. Hey,
they were doing it. They were doing it by feeling, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And
So-
then you get the strong trees, right? You get like the breadfruit. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? That tree ain't going nowhere, dude.
Yeah. I had the one tree that I had that was the big marker for the corner of my lot that separated me from the person on my right and the person on my left. It was a big, very strong coconut tree that took a beating from the rhino beetle.
It takes a lot.
Yeah, and it takes a lot to get to it, but it shredded the palms, and it stood there, but it weakened the tree. So then a typhoon came along, and brought it down to a stump. It's never quite got. I mean, coconut trees they take a long time to grow. It's not It
It's not
takes
like bamboo.
Yeah.
Bamboo's wild.
Bamboo's wild.
I'm not a fan of bamboo.
Oh, I love bamboo.
I don't like
really?
bamboo.
They are like one of the strongest. You look at those. You look at the bamboo, and they look like they're really small and fragile. Bro, those things are really strong.
They are.
Yeah, and that's just by weaving
loud.
them into like platforms and foundations for buildings.
It's noisy, and you can just hear them just rubbing against each other. It's
I
like,
love that.
You like that sound?
I do.
Patty, I'm worried about you. Listen
Why?
here, Wednesday Adams over here. It's like she like these creepy sounds. I'm like, what are we doing?
I don't know. Maybe I haven't exposed to it much like you might have. That I think it's creepy.
You like
yet.
bamboo? Nice.
I love bamboo because I think it's a really resilient tree. Yeah.
Grass.
Yeah.
It's in the grass.
So you know what? There, come to think of it, we were driving somewhere in Vegas, and we came upon this oasis-looking thing.
Got it.
And it was a small mark of land that just had nothing but trees growing on it around the desert.
Uh-huh.
And it was like one of those things that you come across, like it's an oasis in the desert.
For sure.
And maybe it was designed to be like that. Whoever was planting those trees. And I said, my tree said to Tia, she's like, what is it? She goes, it's a tree nursery. So they plant the trees in these places.
Okay.
And people come and they buy the tree. So they buy the tree so that when they're building their homes or whatever, or landscaping, they want a certain tree, they'll go to this nursery and buy these beautiful trees that have just been growing on this fertile land. And they're babysat every day by people in this nursery that just take care of them for eventual sale. And then they just keep planting them. as they're going along. And I thought, I was like, what? I've heard of nurseries, but I never really realized how they function in the middle of a desert. I guess it makes sense because these trees don't naturally grow anywhere. You have to foster them and then bring them over and then create an environment where they'll continue to thrive or sustain. But wow, I remember having a nursery. There was a nursery on Guam where people could go and buy plants and things. I don't know but does anybody remember that nursery? Where is it? Where was it? Was it up at the old Micronesia Hotel up in Mighty? Was it there on the Berdalio property? Because I don't know. Anybody that can remember the nursery that they had on Guam? Or, God, I do remember talking about it at one point, but I don't know how long it's been since we have. But it was, or maybe it was, it was owned by a family. I do remember. I hope that's the answer, because this is going to bother the living daylights out of me if I don't get the answer for this. Yeah. Good morning. This is Patty.
Hi, this is Judy.
Oh, Judy Wampat?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're on the air.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good. All right. I did call you. I appreciate you thanking. I appreciate you responding to the call. Wait, I have to ask you, I thought you were calling in about a nursery. Do you remember having a tree or a plant nursery on Guam?
Yeah. Actually, there's a couple. I know we have one here in Malolo.
Oh, do they? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, okay, good. Thank you. You just were able to verify what it was that I was talking about. Let's move on. So, I'm kind of I'm befuddled about the board's action to vote against closing schools. Can you help me understand what the board's role is and whether there is authority by the board, or is it micromanaging by the board to tell you whether or not schools should be opened or closed?
That's a very good question. I know. But I guess because what happened during Swanson's time when he presented to the board the possibility at the time to, decommission LBJ and Brody, then it went through them and they approved it. So I was told that I needed to do that as well. And I was actually questioned as to why I was able to close a program, and this was the Success Academy, the J.P. Torres Success Academy.
Yeah.
And it's a program, and I know they called it a school because at the time, to take you back to the history of this whole thing, they were at J.P. Torres campus, but that wasn't a credit recovery program. It was more for, behavioral problems, students being sent there from the middle and high school.
Right.
That changed when Fernandez came in, and he decided that, let's try helping our high school students who are technically adults. These are the 18 to 21-year-old students.
Yeah.
To get them to recover their credits and graduate, provided they stay with the school system and not break any time at all. So when I came on board, I found out that the numbers, were low. The children were given 6 years to complete. They're basically adults, and many of them are working during the day and, we're not coming in during the day because they're only able to be open and provide any type of tutoring during the day. And what I also found out was that GCC has the adult education program, which is federally funded, so it's free for the children or these young adults. I also found out that through our consolidated grant that we provide tuition for these students to attend students to graduate. Mm-hmm. So when the decision was made that we needed the extra wing that was being used for that program, and then because of the numbers also dropping and 5 different alternative programs, I decided to present this to the board to do the closure. And by doing so, it turned out that we graduated about 80 of the children, because when they found out early last year that there's a possibility, and this was even before I came in, that, they meet their ending their 6 years and must graduate. So they were really rushing between last year and this year to finish, and we graduated 80. We only have one student left, and she came to Guam when she was 17 years old, and she works full-time, so she said she does not want to go back to her home school. She wants to go to GCC to take classes in the evening because she works full-time during the day.
Doctor,
that's ended.
Yeah,
And-
Dr.
but
Wampat, Dr. Wampat,
No, but-
I'm sorry. Are you there? Sorry, I am so sorry. Can I put you on hold for 1 second? I've got the governor on the line from Washington. Do you mind deferring to her? All right, let me just put you. You can listen to what she says. You'll be on hold. I so much apologize for this, but I did have a set time for her to call in. So here we are with Governor Lulian Guerrero all the way from Washington D.C. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, Patty.
Yeah, wonderful. I was receiving a lot of the information on the topics that relating to Guam before the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. We do this. These are recurring issues that we present to Washington. What makes this hearing, this full hearing with Guam and the other territories, more hopeful for resolutions to some of our issues?
Well, I think there's a lot of issues that were discussed, a lot more common among us, but I think more so now in terms of the area of deep sea mining and also cabotage. They were very interested when I suggested that we be exempted from cabotage because of its restrictive nature in terms of limited airline access, and the ability to take advantage of those foreign carriers that do come to Guam. So Senator Mike Lee was very interested, and actually in his closing remarks, he did say that he took note of it. He's going to try and see what he can do through Congress. And he's the chair and the Republican leadership there. So they seem generally interested and actually very engaged. And before that, I spoke to Senator Lisa Murkowski yesterday, and she has, the same concerns we all do here in terms of sea mining. And you have some powerful senators there in Senate that are listening and have the same issues and the same kind of positions, for example, with deep sea mining. So I'm hopeful that they're going to move forward. And also they were they were offering what can they do to help the territories in whatever way they can address their challenges. And in previous meetings, that wasn't offered in the very beginning. It was more like, hey, we want to hear what's going on there. And with the whole tensions between China and Taiwan, they were very supportive and very, of course, agreeable with our position in terms of preparedness and readiness. They are very concerned about Chinese threats. Yeah. So there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of issues that they can relate, they can understand, and they can say, hey, that also affects us. So what affects you in this issue affects us. So I think that's the difference. They did also, Patty, recognize that, there has to be more engagement with the territories, and that they don't, especially Senator Murkowski, that they just don't want to have these yearly hearings for, and giving us only 5 minutes to make presentation. They want to be more involved. So I got that feeling from them.
Yeah, and granted, Governor, you as well know more than I do that toward the end of people's terms, or when there is a midterm like there is coming up, a lot of these lawmakers do pull out their committees and try to gain favor of constituents, although we are not voting for these representatives.
Yeah.
I mean, Democrats were doing it as well a couple last month. I saw it happen because I attended one of their events. But the Republicans definitely are trying to hang on to what little support that they are seeing around the country for Republican leadership. You know, how much of this, and I think that you've got a discerning eye, how much of this sounds like, political garble, and the other part of...
Well, for us, I didn't really feel that because, like you said, we don't vote for them. We're not their constituents. But I see it more as the whole global picture of how the territories and what's happening over in the territories is impacting or going to impact, and in many, many ways, their agenda, their interests, and also their whole security of national security. So I think that's where we play a very important relationship in that sense, and that's how they see us as a very important, in a very important role. Because it impacts their security, the nation's security.
So the nation's security isn't heavily dependent on our issues with the Guam Memorial Hospital, and I know that you had made the pitch.
It is. Yeah, it is, because my whole position is, in order for us to be prepared, we need to have the infrastructure, we need to have the means to provide. If there are casualties, we need to be able, we are part of now the medical search capacity in the Pacific area in terms of conflict. So we have been considered a partner in that medical search capacity. So yes, the hospital is very, very much essential in the whole national security. They see that.
Okay, but as far as I know, that Senator Gallego, who's a Democrat from Arizona on this committee, was talking about the Processing Claims Center for veterans.
Yeah.
This is another one of those issues that we keep, regurgitating to them about the importance. They all say that they're impressed, that they feel like there's something in there that needs to be done. How far do you think this committee hearing will go to the effort of finally landing a center on Guam?
Well, Senator Hirono was there, and she's, of course, Hawaii's advocate, and she agreed. We'll see we'll see where that goes. Whether they'll do some federal policy, and of course, you don't just end it there, right, Patty? I mean, and I told Senator Mike Lee we will be in touch with his main point of contact person, and he said, please, you work through it with the staff also. I don't just come in here and say what I have to say and then just go home and don't ever follow up with any of these issues. We do. We follow up with these issues. Yeah.
Yeah. Cybersecurity.
You have to understand the procedure, and you have to understand the process, and you have to be just very persistent. Look how persistent we were with the EITC. Look how persistent we are with the Medicaid, and that was an issue too. They were talking. I mean, what do you call that? Puerto Rico's Medicaid cap also is a concern for them, and their FMAP is a concern for them. We're better off in terms of Medicaid dollars than Puerto Rico is, but that's because every year we make the case, and we work with, we work the network, we work the people and the staff that advise them, guide them, and establish the legislation. So,
what then you just have to. Yeah, on the topic of cybersecurity, what then can be done to? I know that the Congressman Angus King from Maine, was he from Maine? Talked.
He was there.
Yeah, and he was asking you pointedly about the cybersecurity and whether or not we've experienced attacks, knowing that the Republic of China is very interested in what we're doing here.
Yeah, and I did tell him that we've experienced attacks, and how we've worked very closely now with the federal government, CISA, FBI, and also, a great partnership with the military, and them helping us solidify and give our cybersecurity much more protection, and so forth. So I think they'll probably do something in the area of funding for cybersecurity.
Oh, okay.
Probably in the area, yeah.
Okay.
They're also very, they understand the threat and the risk of cybersecurity, taking down our ports and our airports and our infrastructure. Of course, hardening of the electricity transmissions is a very key component of providing that security.
The fact that this was
and they understand because they were asking me about energy, right? And is it does the military have their own? And we said no. We're the main provider of energy for both civilian and military.
The fact that this was a full Senate committee hearing, not a subcommittee, does that up or escalate the importance of their attention on these issues, especially as they're asking specific questions about the issues that are facing Guam?
Yeah. These are the hardball senators. These are the senators that can move it along. And remember, this is the Senate. This isn't the House of Representatives. So, it's up there in a higher scale, I think.
Yeah. What is your plans for this? Was you were invited to this meeting to appear before this hearing? Is there other events that you're going to
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I met with the Acting Secretary Cal, talking to him about Eagles Field. Talking to him about, cabotage. He's very concerned about that. And also, he was very influential, Patti, in the $60 million crane grant. These guys, right, the heads and the secretaries and the state secretaries, they talk to each other. And apparently, Acting Secretary Cow is a good friend of the head of Merit, and he pushed it along there. So this is the kind of work that's valuable in coming to D.C. and meeting with these people. So one of the things that I wanted to do is get back Eagles Field, and we're working on that.
What are we going to use? What would we use Eagles Field for, considering there's a whole missile defense system right next door?
Oh, yeah, for the hospital.
Oh, we're back there. Are we going back there? We're going back there?
Yeah, well, they give me... well, I already have a site for the hospital.
Right.
But if they give me the land, then we can move on with bringing other services to public health and mental health into the medical center complex.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So that the main complex wouldn't be there, but it would be sort of the extension of the hospital in public health.
Yeah.
That's land that's nearby. Okay. I thought we were rewinding the medical complex to be held done at Eagles Field. I got it. What is the?
Yeah. No. If I get it, then that's it's not going to happen overnight. And so I'm moving forward with the private purchase of these lands. And so if I get Eagles Field before we even do construction, then I'm going to construct it there.
Okay. Oh, not an auxiliary. You're talking about the main campus?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. That's what I'm saying. We're rewinding back to Eagles Field.
Yes, we are. When I get it, that's where I would put it. But if I don't, then I already have
a backup
land that I can put it on.
But that's always been your first choice. So I didn't realize that we were still pursuing that as a first choice, considering the controversy happening with the...
And also the property that I purchased in Manila is right next to Eagles Field.
Yeah, so that...
So it's just going to be a contiguous expansion, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little stunned here. Well, I know you only had a few minutes, so thank you for taking the time. Can you just send on a message to John Jr. Calvo, if you will, ma'am? Could you let him know that he learned very well from in his interviewing tactics and strategies from my journalism class at Bishop Baumgartner? I heard him interviewing you this morning, and I'm glad to see that he learned something during that class.
Tell him that. him?
You tell him because in 8th grade he was kind of a knucklehead. I mean, he was smart, but he was also 14. So now he's playing with the big girls. I appreciate this, Governor.
Yeah, he's still, you know, he's a. John is such a smart person.
He is.
And he's very resourceful.
Yep.
And he'll just do things, you know, using whatever kind of means he can to get the things done.
Yeah. Well, you know, he worked in there as a page when they still had that program.
He knows the area.
Yeah, he knows
the area. He knows what to do. He knows how to get through security without not going through the lines and all that stuff. Yeah.
All right, Governor, be safe. Travels, we'll see you when you get back. Thanks for the time.
All right, thanks.
Okay, you're
Bye.
welcome. 7:37. So John Juver Calvo, along with kids like Bucky Brennan, who's now an attorney with the Areola firm, and Adam Carbolito, who at one point was the chief of staff for Madeline Bradalio. And there were many other kids that I remember and have close relationships with when they were growing up, where they were 14 years old, and they were in 8th grade. And as an elective, they took a journalism class that I was able to teach for that 8th grade year back in 2000 or something like that. And I got to say, John Jr. Calvo is a very smart boy. All of them were actually all of them were decorated students, right, in the end. But they were such attentive. I think the journalism class was held in the library. I think some of them thought they could get away with hanging out behind the books and not attending the classes. But the ones who did actually learned something. The superintendent of education, Judy Wampat, is on hold with us, and I apologize, but I'm grateful that you were deferring to the governor because that was also an important conversation. So let's kind of start pivot off to the original question about the role of the board and their ability to vote against the closing of schools in the South. I didn't understand whether or not they have the authority to do that, or is there I don't know, is there a semblance of micromanaging here?
Actually, I hate to say it, but yes, it occurred in one particular board meeting where my legal counsel actually stood up and reminded the board and read the law in terms of micromanagement, and that's when, you know, it stopped. But okay, and I understand the passion that, you know, certain board members have about any specific, you know, issue, and they want to defend it and want to make a point, and they can, without the exception of saying you cannot close or you will not, you know, open or whatever it is. If it's a directive such as that, then definitely would be micromanaging. So, and that's why our legal counsel stood up and said what he said. So but what I'm thinking of is that we're going to look into this, though, because the policy normally is that if the policy is set where they will determine, let's say, how many schools there should be and what are the reasons for the SOPs in terms of why do we need to build, you know, schools and reasons for guidelines for closing schools, then maybe so. Then that would be the policy in which then I would follow. But I don't believe that we have one. And the reason I say that is because, you know, here we are right now looking at setting up some rules and regs for these two decommissioned schools so that we'll be able to, you know, go out and advertise and lease out the schools and at the same time also some classrooms. So once that is done, then maybe we can set the policy for reasons for, you know, closing down school, which I think will be an excellent thing to do, primarily because when I am faced with several things right now. One is maximizing full utilization of our facilities. We have dropped our school population from 39,000 to 23,000. We have really small classes that need to be maximized as well, especially, again, if we're not able to recruit all of the certified teachers that we need. we operated this year with 57 vacancies. And I wasn't able to put somebody in there full time. And that's unconscionable to have our children sit, there with assistant teachers, or even sometimes CSA certified teachers who would come in doing his or her prep, but it's not full time. And that's why we need to maximize, even our class sizes. We can't have any more 5 in a class, 12 in a class. So if I have 2 teachers with 12 students, I'm going to combine those. And then that frees up 1 teacher. And I take that teacher and I put the teacher where there's a vacant position. So short then of having to close any of these schools or consolidate rather schools, not to close all 6, it was supposed to be only 3, but to consolidate because they can fit. And I'll be able to maximize the utilization of our teachers. Then I would then be able to have more certified teachers in the classroom. And as I was telling you earlier, with the Success Academy, with its closure, I was able to transfer 12 positions, teaching certified positions, to other vacant positions throughout the district, and I saved $1 million.
So this vote that was taken by the board against closing the schools, is then that going to be largely considered a poll rather than a policy that they don't really have the authority to push upon you, but it's a poll that they don't like it? Or are you going to treat it as a board directive?
No, I'm going to take that as a poll, and primarily because when the letter was sent to me, pointing out all the reasons, and a lot of them are really more emotional type reasons, and then at the end suggesting that I cease and desist, and I focus only on FB and Simon Sanchez and Cheatham High, and then because the other big thing is procurement that we're going through, so I told then some of the board members that I would, not disagree, with the fact that they don't want to do this, and considering it to be either too soon and not getting all the other stakeholders involved. And I will never be able to get all the stakeholders in, but this was done and put together by a task force that was created by Dr. Swanson and spearheaded by Joe Sanchez. And the whole plan was put out for Plan 1, 2, 3, and 4, and what I presented was Plan 2. And so this is not anything that's new. Right. It has been talked about, and even for the entire school year, they knew it. Even when I met with the principals, they said, yes, we knew about it. We knew that, it's coming down. But the finalization, though, I said, is that I would like to have the board support to be able to do this first, get their support, and then go out and do, more work, whether it's, and which is what the motion that was made, is to not continue this school year, but to continue with the data analysis and collection and bring it to the board, should then there be a need to do not necessarily maybe these same schools, but looking at the entire district.
Okay, so there's a couple of other things that are happening here. Lonnie Brennan from the Department of Youth Affairs is saying, we don't really want to build more units up at DYA because we're seeing a pretty decent decrease in the number of kids that are showing up at these places. And she was kind of critical, but without trying to be critical. She was thinking about JP Torres Academy as being one of those factors that have kept people off, the kids out of DYA, as having success inside the JP Torres Success Academy. You're saying that you on that same page are not entertaining as many of these adult or troublesome students that to justify keeping the campus open. So overall, it sounds like the main point is we don't have as many delinquents. We don't have have as many children that have youth with issues that are either going through JP Torres or even going through DYA. So somewhere something else is working, but it's not, and DOE doesn't have anything necessarily to, DOE doesn't necessarily have any issues that would justify the closing of JP.
No, because we have so many different, federal programs that we have written to support the children in almost every aspect of, their education. Not only, do we provide intervention, we have a program on intervention as well, and it's federally funded. So we train our teachers, and then they use those, strategies to work with our children to see how much we could help. The JP Torres Success Academy is only credit recovery. It's not a behavior problem. Children are being sent there anymore like it used to be. Those still remember it as the PACE program, but this is not what this is. So these students are definitely not the ones that will be ending up at DYA. These are children who just end up really dropping out. Even at any time they do not show up for a semester, automatically, they can be dropped out. But if they stay, do not break any time in their educational schooling, they can continue until they're 18 years of age. And that's what we do. So we continue to provide instruction for them, interventions for them.
And then here's the other part of that. The lieutenant governor the other day, last week when I had interviewed him, I'm sure that you know this already, had said that he opposes closing down the schools as much as he says that we should never in education ever decrease the access that children have to school campuses. Rather, the more effective way to keep them open would be to concentrate on this pre-K program where four-year-olds are allowed to go into the system. That maybe there's more room and more of a numbers of kids that are at that age group that could come into these programs. And so then you would be expanding rather than closing. Is that something that has been taken under consideration?
Yes, and we've actually, had several pre-K programs throughout our school districts. We also have Head Start. And as a matter of fact, Head Start is actually closing about one or two centers primarily because we don't have enough children enrolling in these programs. And so what we did in the research is we went to public health and we looked at the birth rates. And every year for the past 10, 15 years, the birth rates have dropped. So, and we're basing that and to see 5 years later, 4 years later, whether these children will be enrolling in our schools and looking even at those numbers and comparing it to our enrollment numbers, the numbers are still low. It's unfortunate that, we are going to have to close a couple of centers. When I say centers, meaning just a classroom. So if a school has two Head Start classes, we will close one because of the low enrollment. And we had that conversation a couple of months ago with the federal people who are here, and they realized it. Our people are going out, literally, going out, walking the streets, so to speak, to recruit these children, but we just don't, the numbers aren't there.
It sounds like that. I just wanted to see what will go in from here. They voted, you're considering it a poll, you're taking it under advisement, but that's pretty much it. Not authority, but under advisement. So what's the next step?
Well, so we will continue with what we need to do right now to get FB open and Simon Sanchez and Teton open. So we're focusing on that and putting all of our resources to get that done. In addition, then I met briefly with the mayors, the 6 mayors, and I've asked them to set up a meeting for me to meet with the mayors. And this is where I'm going to get the mayors really involved here. Although the 6 came to our board meeting, I'm going to reach out to all the board, all of the mayors, because we're going to be seeing this actually happening throughout, our school district. Because when you look at our numbers, technically, if you even look at our numbers, we can actually cut one high school. That's how low the numbers are. I mean, look at GW bill for 3,000, we have 1,000 students. Southern High School bill for 3,000, we have 1,000 students. Season High School bill for 2,600, we have 900 students. How do I justify all these? How do I keep them open? You know, and how do I continue to pay for facilities and renovate also, you know, if I'm not bringing in, you know, money. So I'm looking at various things. One is the decommissioned schools. I'm going to get that, you know, going so I can lease them out. Classrooms that I have, maybe the vacant classrooms in many of our schools. I want to rent out those classrooms to small nonprofit organizations, maybe some of the smaller departments and agencies where they don't need a whole, you know, school, but maybe just a wing or two. So I'm looking at that. We're writing grants right now also so we can bring in, you know, more money. And those monies that we're bringing in, we're keeping those under, for facilities and maintenance. I have about $13 to $15 million project for ADA, and I don't have the money for that. So I'm going to try to use my lapses for that. But then there's so many other competing projects as well that we need to do. But you know, I'm not running to the legislature to say do all this. I'm doing everything that I can. I'm leveraging what we can locally with federal grant monies. So many options that we're looking at here to be able to continue to operate with the same number of schools that we have.
I'm going to pivot off to Simon Sanchez High School and the action by the OPA to dismiss without prejudice the claims or the protest made by GPS. Where have you talked to DPW, and where does this bring us now in the in the construction of Simon Sanchez as you know it?
No, they have not reached out, and I know I got that information mid-afternoon, so I wasn't able to talk to him. I mean, I'm happy that it's, you know, done and they can proceed, because we definitely need a high school, you know, in the farthest northern part of our island. So absolutely, that's something that is well overdue for 3 decades already. So I am happy about that, because our plans too is that for this year we want to keep the Simon Sanchez High School students at the Keegan campus as 2 separate now schools. And then next year, when, you know, FB is totally completed and with the 20 classrooms going to be built by FEMA and the 24 units at GHC, then we'll be able to transfer Simon Sanchez up there and then get them back to their village and their home district, and then wait for Simon Sanchez to be completed. So
okay.
I'm happy for that, for our children.
It sounds like GPS is still kind of in it, opposing, obviously, the dismissal. But what this is going to mean now for the movement it will also depend on whether or not they're going to appeal to the courts. OPA, yeah. So, I mean, it's not over, and we can't be up there breaking ground and putting up walls.
I know. And I think we need to do a better job, those who are handling all this, to really explain to the people, because when we had a town hall meeting, they couldn't understand. They just thought that, you know, we ourselves, the DOE, can just go and say, you know, move forward. But this is, you know, the procurement process, and we have to follow it. And we are not the ones who spearheaded it or, you know, ran with it and created all the documents for it. That's under DPW. So DPW needs to be able to explain more of the process so the people will understand that it is a process, a procurement process.
Which you, as well as I know, as a former lawmaker, the procurement on Guam is hell. So
it is.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of patience. The Superintendent Judy, we're going to take our break here, and I do appreciate you, first of all, deferring to the governor. I'm sorry that I had to break up that conversation, but thank you for thank you for taking the time to stay with us. I appreciate it. Have a nice day. Take good care. That's is she still there? No. Okay. I was just wondering. Yeah. DOE schools are not out for Juneteenth. That's not a local government holiday. I'm assuming that is not one It took us a long time to get to Martin Luther King Day, much less taking Juneteenth as a local holiday along with it. We'd have to give up one of our local holidays to defer to Juneteenth. And there are some local holidays that we're not willing to give up because that is our own culture and history of Guam. But there are plenty of people who are going to take the day off on Monday. We're all going to be here, but most of the I don't think that I don't know what. Sorry, I don't know what the private corporations or in the private sector there are going to actually mark the day with the day off, but it is a federal holiday. I was going to ask her that, but I guess I know the answer.
All right, we got Mr. Duenas on line.
Good morning, Mr. Duenas.
Good morning.
Hello.
What a beautiful morning, but it's sprinkling right now, but the weather's perfect.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it.
And I know it's perfect because you know why, Patty?
Why?
Because I don't give up with Josh and Tina Munoz Barnes that I'm supporting them.
Okay. I had a feeling that's where we were going.
I cannot wait to vote early, but I'm asking all my friends out there, please don't go wrong. Support Josh and Tina Munoz Barnes. They are the best candidates right now.
Okay.
More experience. But, Patty, you know, for me, I am a Democrat, but now I am a Democrat. I will not support all Democratic senators down. I will only support a Democrat that will help the Lieutenant Governor and Senator Tina Munoz Barnes in case they make it in.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Duenas. I got to go. We're at the top of the hour.
Thank you very much.
It's
People
my pleasure.
get out and vote early.
Okay.
We
are KGUM-FM in Dedi Do, Guam. Do you want me to take this break now, or do you want me to keep talking until... I could keep talking for another minute and a half. I know, because we already blew through the bottom of the hour break, but we had some lively conversations. So I could take it to the top if I'd take it to the top. The conversations this past hour, and especially with the Department of Education, sort of draws a line again in what the authority of the Board of Education is. You know, Angel Santos made a very big. Angel Sablon made a very big point. He's the chair of the board, and he was not happy that they hadn't been approached. And he was screaming pretty loudly that they hadn't received any information about the closing of the schools. And Judy Wampat, on the other hand, is saying, yes, you did. This is phase 2. We already went through phase 1. So clearly we already knew that this was happening. How it's become so much of a mystery to some of these board members doesn't make any sense to her. She's treating it like a survey. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your weighing in. But I'm doing this, and part of it is having to do with her job to fill these classrooms. And she's on a sticking point here. If you don't have enough students to fill these classrooms, and you don't have enough teachers to be in these classrooms, what are we doing? 8 o'clock in the morning now. Again, KGUM-FM in Dedi Do, Guam. It's time for AP News and some traffic with Dice. We'll be right back.
The road to Adelup is here. And this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Tories Terlaki and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
We know what we wish to protect. Our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson stated, "Knowledge is power, knowledge is safety, knowledge is happiness, and the cost of ignorance is extraordinary." Read it, study it, cherish it, wield the power granted by the United States Constitution. Because the power of knowledge is just as extraordinary. Do you wield the power?
Liberty. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The Federal Reserve has left its benchmark interest rate the same, but Sagar Meghani reports changes could be coming under new Chairman Kevin Warsh.
Nearly half the Fed's policymakers say they could back a rate hike this year, and in a surprisingly short statement, dropped language suggesting their next move would be a cut. That puts Warsh in a tough spot, since President Trump appointed him chair after blasting predecessor Jerome Powell for not reducing rates enough. Warsh did not give his own projection.
For me, it's not helpful in the conduct of policy.
And in his first news conference as chair, repeatedly stressed the Fed's determined to restore price stability.
We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to fix that.
Sagar Meghani, Washington.
Stocks fell following the Fed's statement. The Dow went from a 0.5% gain in the morning to drop more than 500 points, or nearly 1%. The S&P slumped 1.2%, the Nasdaq 1.3%. Meanwhile, the Commerce Department reports retail sales were up 0.9% last month. U.S. officials read the draft of a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran to reporters. It's to be signed tomorrow. The document calls for Tehran to, at a minimum, dilute its enriched uranium, while sanctions on the country would be waived, though not permanently ended. The deal would also open the Strait of Hormuz toll-free for 2 months and affirm a commitment to Lebanon's territorial integrity in the face of Israel's invasion, as it pursues the militant group Hezbollah. President Trump's trying to stop the confirmation process for Jay Clayton, his nominee to head the nation's intelligence agencies. Trump also says he will not sign a renewal of a key surveillance program without his legislation to require proof of citizenship for voters. And the National Hurricane Center's announced the formation of Tropical Storm Arthur, the first of the Atlantic season. This is AP News. A deadly plane crash on a Texas highway. Mike Kempen has the story.
Laredo police say the plane had 6 people on board when it crashed Tuesday night on the Loop 20 highway near Laredo International Airport. The plane was nearly sheared in half and tipped on its side. Dashcam video on social media shows the aircraft careening down the highway, taking out a light post before coming to a stop. The crash caused chaos. People left their vehicles to frantically try to smash out the cockpit window and free those inside. First responders can be heard calling for a ladder as they tried to free a passenger trapped inside. The audio is courtesy of Zayra Garza. I'm Mike Hempen.
The Austin American-Statesman reports the crash killed Joshua Baer, a leader in Texas's technology and startup sectors. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service. Mostly cloudy skies will be the rule for the rest of the week as a developing tropical disturbance heads our way. Northeast to east winds of 10 to 15 miles per hour could reach 25 mile per hour in gusts tonight and Friday, mainly in the CNMI. Scattered showers today could become numerous tonight and Friday, then diminish for the weekend. Seas of 3 to 5 feet will continue through Friday, then diminish between 3 and 4 feet. Fire danger is moderate but could become high on Sunday if the disturbance doesn't drop enough rain. A moderate risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs could become low over the weekend. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Alrighty, Guam, half a day, everyone. 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, we got to hit the streets right now. Here's another look at your traffic report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you can schedule a test drive. All you got to do is call 478-AUTO or take a look at our inventory on our website if you go to GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, we are looking at traffic this morning. It looks like we got ourselves our first fender bender. That's going to be along Route 1 in Jigo. That's going to be northbound traffic. We are waiting for further information from our friends at the Guam Police Department, so you can expect some delay this morning getting along Route 1 in Jigo, heading towards Dedido. And this is going to be up and around East Sangsong Road, GPA's power plant. Again, Guam, we got our first fender bender for this morning, and you're going to have ourselves some strong northbound traffic, so expect some wait time getting along Route 1 this morning. Machechi Road is just as clear. We got no delays there. Bello Road, as well as our friends along Route 16 this morning. Again, folks, the streets are wet. We got to watch our speed limit. Keep your eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. And we should all have ourselves a great Thursday morning. This is your traffic report, and we are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Give yourself permission to break the budget and indulge. We are throwing out the thrift books for a very luxurious edition of the National Day Spotlight on June 18th.
While we typically think of self-indulgence as an excuse to buy expensive retail gadgets or premium jewelry, modern behavioral economists have discovered a far better way to upgrade your lifestyle: the time splurge. Invest in your money to buy back your hours by completely outsourcing your most hated chores. Paying someone to clean your house, mow your lawn, or handle your laundry yields a significantly longer-lasting psychological return by erasing daily stress. True wealth is controlling your schedule. On National Splurge Day, rewrite your definition of luxury, invest in your mental peace, and hire a service that lets you put your feet up and enjoy your afternoon.
You know, there's a lot of truth to this. I'm so in on this because our robot lawnmower has saved us a ton of hours every year.
And you probably heard Astro just now, just blipping around our studio here.
Absolutely.
Saves us time, too. Taking some photos.
He answers the door. He does all kinds of great things. We are also celebrating National Go Fishing Day and National Wanna Get Away Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovWam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
Young or old, black or white, or anything in between. From employees to entrepreneurs, doctors to detectives, some things define us and set us apart, but there's one thing that binds us. Before anything, we are one thing. Born to be Americans, proud to be Americans. Our United States are our united fates. Know your Constitution.
Unity. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Feeling high, summer smoke alarm. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going. Right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like.
8:16 in the morning. Welcome back to the program. Before we get into the next thing, I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the LEAC has been approved to go up by by the CCU. The full fuel recovery charge is going to increase by July 1st. CCU approved the recommendation to adjust the LEAC from approximately 13.6 cents per kilowatt hour to 19.4 cents, an increase of approximately 5.8 cents per kilowatt hour. The average, they use the average as a sort of what it looks like. If you are using about 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, that translates into about a stinging $58 more on your power bill. Let me just let that sink in for a second. I know that kind of hurts. And it'll take effect in July, and so you'll be expect to be paying more in August. I reached out to Simon because unless I'm not paying attention correctly, were we just not on the phone the other day just talking about a line of credit that was secured by $35 million to the bank from the Bank of America to stave off having to do this now? I reach out to him. We'll see. The only thing, we were bragging. I was saying it out loud the other day. It's like, hey, by the time Ukudu opens, we will have right now been paying the highest power bill that you have been paying, and that was like in December, November, something. And then the Iran war. And so now the prices have gone up. They have to apparently they're not recovering the entire estimate of recovery of fuel. That this is just a drop in. Well, I don't know if it's a drop in the barrel oil, but it is a significant amount that would you'd feel the sting, but it isn't everything. So maybe that's where that $35 million line of credit comes. So you're not feeling the full effect that they're going to stave it off with that money. But nonetheless, you're still going to see. If it's going up $58 for somebody that is paying, using or consuming 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, you may not see me with clean clothes or cooking meals or things like that, because I use way more than 1,000. That's the standard for standard homes, and I don't have one. So that's what's going to happen come July 1st. 19.4 cents per kilowatt. The proposed LEAC, 19.4 cents kilowatt hour, up from 13.6. The impact about $58 a month more for the average consumer, residential customer, 1,000 kilowatt hours. And it's going to help recover the actual cost of fuel used to generate electricity. It does not fund payroll or debt service or capital projects or general operations. The LEAC, they get zero profit from increasing the LEAC. It only goes to fuel surcharge, if that softens the blow for you. 19 minutes after 8, we were talking about yesterday foster care, and I don't know whether they would call it a state of emergency, but it certainly is a state of urgency. I was reading something that had been forwarded to me many times, a call for people who have come from a Christian front and whether or not they have room in their homes, because the numbers for foster care children in the system and children up for adoption is, I guess, uncomfortably high. Bethany Taylor from Harvest House is joining us on the line this morning to talk about something that you can attend tonight, which is a training in case you've ever been thinking about Harvest House Training Center. Bethany is on the line. Hi, Bethany. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy day, everyone.
It's nice to talk to you. I appreciate the call this morning. Let's talk about the stark figures that show what we're talking about with children that have been in the system, and for how long.
Yeah, so there's about 700 foster children in the foster care system today. If that gives you some help to understand this, I was a foster parent 17 years ago, and there was only about 80 kids in the system, and now there's 700 kids in the system. That is a very big change. And, the drug epidemic is splitting our families, sadly, and it's just at an all-time high. And not only that, but we have about 70 to 80 children waiting in shelters for a foster home as well.
Wow. clearly those are debilitating numbers, and there's a whole reason why parents have not been sufficient to raise the children in the household. We've seen a huge drug influence on Guam, so that I'm assuming accounts for a good number of those kids being outplaced.
Yeah, the drug epidemic is definitely taking a toll on our families. And I would say the number one reason foster children are placed in foster care is because of physical neglect. And so obviously whenever you're under the influence of something, you tend to neglect the things that you love dearly, which is the children. And sadly, the children are the ones suffering when they're intoxicated or under the influence, and the parents are just not recognizing the needs of their children or spending the money on things that they shouldn't be spending the money on. So our children are suffering from that.
When you talk about several newborns, you sent me some stats yesterday, several newborns and babies needing immediate placement. What does that mean?
Okay, so, I mean, obviously the real need is 0 to 18-year-olds all need placement. And people ask me all the time, what is the greatest need in those ages? And I say, I can't really even tell you because every single age is needed. But I don't think people realize that even newborns need placement. And once in a while, we have newborns that need to be placed. And it's, maybe because the other siblings have entered foster care, and then mom gives birth again, and whatever situation they're in, she cannot bring home the baby. So right from the hospital, that baby is going to need placement. But it's the same thing I couldn't give you the stats of how many times, how many newborns every month need placement, but it is enough that we need more foster families. I'll tell you that, because I've been a foster parent for 17 years on Guam, and that's mostly what I do is I take in babies, and I can only now my family is very big with the amount of kids I have in my home, so I can only do it for an emergency time, and then I try to recruit more families to take in these kids. So it's not just the babies, though. We have shelters on Guam that have 50 kids and 12 kids, and the mental health shelters as well that have several kids in them as well, and Sanctuary who has kids. So all of those kids, I go and visit them quite often, and because of Harvest House and our nonprofit, we're a mentor to these kids. We feed them, we help them, we clothe them, we try to come alongside and give them a safe place to play, all these kinds of things we do for them. And every time I'm around them, you know what the little kids say to me every single time?
Right.
Whether they're a little like 5-year-old or a 15-year-old, they're like, Miss, will you please take me home? Will you be my foster mom?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, man, you guys, I can't do it. My family's full, but I promise you I'll be a voice for you. And so that's why I'm here on the radio today. That's why I'm holding my info meeting tonight, because I promised them I would be a voice for them. And I want to make sure all these kids are placed in families. That is the one thing these kids desire the most, is to be placed in a family.
Well, we're going to help you do that. Let's see, by sending people to the training program. I do want to know the shelters that we're talking about. These are all the shelters that have been placed where these kids are. They, with the stats that you're giving them, you said like 51 children, one shelter, and 12 children, another 6. No, I'm sorry, 12, 51, and then 12 in these shelters. Are these shelters too small to accommodate these numbers?
I can't really say on that because I don't run the shelters. So
Okay.
I can't really say on the numbers of what their capacity is. I just know that, in my opinion, as a foster parent and as a nonprofit to the foster community on Guam, every child should be placed in a family setting for dignity and for love, for the adequate needs met for a child. I think that is the best place for a child to grow and to have the best success is in a family setting.
I agree. And so I think that that Child Protective Services, apparently, according to this, and I read this yesterday as well, CPS is facing an urgent need for foster families on Guam, and we feel the burden for Christian families to answer the call.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to say that? So actually, my text was to the churches on Guam. I had actually put that text to, right. So that's why that's in there. But I will say from just this perspective, any safe family is needed on Guam. Okay. These kids need to be in a safe family. I would just, I do want to say, as a Christian and as a follower of Jesus, we just want to act out the same compassion Jesus gave to his people. And so we have a greater calling as Christians and as churches to rise up to this calling and to act out in compassion. You know, compassion is an interesting word because we use it all the time. But we have this like feeling in our heart of sympathy toward people, right? And whoever's listening is probably like, really? There's kids just sitting there, like no mom and no dad, and but it's a different thing when you take that compassion and you act on it. So really, compassion is moving toward hurting people and actually doing something about it. And so I'm just trying to get people to say, hey, you have faith. Well, let's put your faith into action. Let's act out in compassion and help these kids find homes.
Thank you for that, Bethany, for the clarification on that. So you're having a training tonight, and this is to what basically? We're talking about qualification and eligibility and all of that stuff?
Absolutely. It's a 1-hour class, just an introduction to foster care, what the need is, what the crisis is on Guam, what these kids are, why they're removed, because they are physically, they're either abandoned or neglected in some ways, and why they're in foster care, what your role as a foster parent is, and the application process of how to become a foster parent. And CPS, Child Protective Services, joins me in these informational meetings. I actually have them once a month at the last Thursday of every single month from 7 to 8. But I'm holding an emergency one because the crisis is so real, you guys. And I don't think people realize 1 in every 70 kids on Guam are in foster care. It's an outrageous number. And there's just no... When children are removed and exerted from their families because of extreme violent situations or whatever situation it is, their only option, if their only option is to shelter, I don't think we're doing the best service to our kids. So I'm just trying to be a voice and say I'm giving everybody an opportunity to know what foster care is about, how to apply, and how to be licensed. You're licensed for 2 years on Guam once you're licensed, and then you're able to get that call. You know, I hear all the time people are like, oh, you know, you can just drop a baby at my doorstep. I'm like, no, you got to sign up for that. In this modern day world, you got to sign up to be that doorstep.
True.
So if you want to be the doorstep where babies are dropped off at your house because you're a caring individual and you have a safe home, well, sign up to do that because it's not difficult to do.
What goes into it? Clearly, if there's a need and there are people who want to help, sometimes the process is intimidating. So, you know, I know that there's a lot that goes in. You're digging very deep into a person's personal life. They've got to be able to come clean on anything and everything that could affect a child coming into their home, to include an entire inspection of the house, right? And the family members. What goes into it? Can you be specific for me?
Definitely. It is intimidating unless you actually do it, and it's not really. So, yes, I guess your private life is out and disposal, but pretty much it's a very easy access. You come to my informational meeting, you kind of learn a little bit about it, you fill out an application that is really not difficult. It will less than a day you can get this done. It's your financial status, make sure you're healthy enough financially and physically to take care of a child, that your social background, like things about your past and your family history, how you would raise a child kind of thing, 3 character reference forms, and then several background checks they do. CPS, you just have to sign your name. They'll do all the background checks. And then you turn in your application. CPS reviews the application, then does a home study, which is just walking through your home, making sure it's a safe place for them. And then they do an interview, a 1-hour interview with each adult in the house. And it's a very personal interview. And then once all that's done and you are qualified, they will get the director's signature on that, and you will be issued a license, a foster care license for 2 years. And then you will be that doorstep. So every time a child is exerted custody, they'll call that foster parent and say, we have a 2-year-old that needs a place tonight. Are you open? And you'll say yes or no to that placement. And then that child will be at your door if you say yes in an hour or two. And then your life will change completely.
I bet. I mean, sometimes the need is absolutely there for. I mean, I'm sorry, not the need. That the desire is there for people to become foster parents, and but some of the other things that you have to think about is clearly that these are children, and not all children are alike. And when you're taking in a child from a volatile domestic situation, you're dealing with the psychology of that child. There's got to, and then to a point, I'm assuming that a foster parent has to have that sort of training on dealing with the psychology of a kid who might be coming into, a home where they never had experiences like that. So obviously there's a level of compassion, but there's got to be some level of sort of mental health training or some sort of introduction to, dealing with children who might have deep psychological or social issues because of where they've come from.
I understand what you're saying. So Child Protective Services doesn't offer any trainings, but Harvest House, a nonprofit to the foster community in Guam, we offer trainings for our foster families as often as we can. So they can get those trainings if they want them, but it's not mandatory to have the training. And I get what you're saying. I've been a foster parent for 17 years. I've had many, many difficult situations come through my doors. I've had about 100 foster kids that I've raised myself. So I understand. I would say that the basic thing that these kids need is structure and stability to let them know we're not going to fail them. Every foster child needs one trusted individual in their life to come alongside them and that they can trust, so that they can build those relationships throughout their life. If the people that they did trust failed them. And so we have to have some trusted individuals in their life. But I will say Child Protective Services is very good at referring our children to, counseling appointments with, there's some organizations out there that offer counseling. So our kids do have access to great health care. We have private insurance for all of our foster children, and you can see a psychologist or a counselor for your children. Okay. And you don't have to be the expert. You pretty much just need to provide them a safe family and then get them into an environment where their teachers and their counselors and their aunties and uncles and grandparents in your family are pouring into these kids, because that's what they really need, is just trusted individuals.
I was reading when you were sending me the list of people who help run Harvest House that you're the founder.
Yes.
What an impressive, I know there's a stronger word for it, that you have taken on this at the beginning solely to help these children. You said you had over 100 kids that you fostered in the past. How many years has it been?
So for 17 years, I've had 100 kids come in our home and out our home as a foster parent.
Do you have other children of your own?
I only have one biological daughter, gave birth here at Sagwa, and and then I couldn't have any more children after her. I had really complicated problems after that.
Okay.
And,
So you've taken on children from every age, is that?
Yeah. I've had newborn up to, I've taken in a 13-year-old. That was the highest number we had, but we even had some siblings that were younger than that, and their older teenage brothers were at Sanctuary, a shelter, and so we would take them on weekends or take them out on the holidays of Christmas and Thanksgiving. And interesting enough, I just saw him at Submarina. He was making me a sandwich, and he's like, "You remember me?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Oh, well, you used to be my foster parent." And I really wasn't. Wow. I was just foster parent to his brothers. And he goes, "You got the world to me, and thank you for being family." And he showed me a picture of his whole family when we did that. It was 12 years ago. So It's really awesome. These kids are just so desperate for family and to know they're loved and cared for. It's the coolest thing to have. I tell foster families at my info meeting every time, the best gift you can give a child is the gift of family. That's what you're giving them. Best gift of the world.
I mean, just absolutely admirable that you would go to, these lengths. We live in a society where people largely try to keep to their own, and some of some of the reason is because whatever life circumstances or problems that people have, they just want to sort of have a nucleus that they protect, and it's simpler in your life to be safe if only your children are under your tutelage, and it's also costly. I mean, I know that you probably have had some time where there might have been a struggle over the years of trying to maintain these relationships, to keep these kids fed. There's also some incentives, right, are given by the government for fostering.
Yes, there is a stipend given to every foster child. You get a stipend from the government to help, and then Harvest House helps with physical goods and emotional support, spiritual encouragement. We'll come alongside you and help you with whatever we can. And that's all because the community here cares so much, and they have recognized what we do, and they give to us. We're not government funded at all, and it's just out of the kindness of people's hearts that they'll donate a bed or donate clothes or donate shoes and help these foster kids have some dignity and know that the community loves them. But yes, our family has had a lot of hardships. Love always wins, and sorrow is always met with some joy at the end if you persevere through it. So, yeah.
Do you have are you guys accepting these things right now?
Yeah.
Clothing and all this?
Absolutely. Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, our front doors are open to the public. They can come in and they can donate any of these goods, hygiene products. You can check our social media pages out. We're always posting immediate needs. I just recently had a sibling group in foster care go to their oldest sibling, and they just got a house last Friday, I think.
Whoa.
And they don't have any beds. So it's something like that we can't really put out because we don't want 100 beds. Right. We don't have storage for that. But if somebody wanted to meet that need, I think I had another family this week that, yesterday we just had a family too that took in kids and they had no beds. So if it's something that if people just want to text our number 671-489-4737 at Harvest House, you could just let us know, hey, I have this. I would love to donate. You guys want it, and we'll let you know if it's something big that we can't actually store.
What's the prefix again for that 671?
Yeah, 489-4737 is the Harvest House cell number. 137. You can WhatsApp that number.
I got Ray on the line who's got a question for you. Do you mind, Bethany?
Okay. No problem.
Morning, Ray. Hi, Ray.
Good morning. I guess it wasn't necessarily a question, but more of a comment. And I've witnessed a lot of the good things Harvest House has done. And, we talk about fostering and, taking care of these children. But more importantly, I've also seen them assisting the families, the mothers, the fathers that just needed a little bit of help during their downtime. And, repairing a child is such a great thing to see and to, help them through the trauma. But when I've seen the Harvest House families and other families actually help the whole family get back together and repair them and bring them back to a good place, it's not just saving one child, but, saving a whole family and children to come. And, that's the really great thing that I've seen with this kind of network is repairing full families and their mission, not necessarily just to foster the children, but to foster the whole family and to take them in and help repair them.
That's a great observation. The point about you're raising children to also one day be parents. That's sort of that's a generation trying to heal another generation. which is a very poignant point to make, Ray. I'm glad you made it. Thanks so much. Did you want to respond to anything, Bethany?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Ray and I are great friends. Yeah, it is one of the coolest things in the world as a foster parent myself and to work at Harvest House to see a family restored, to see a biological family suffer, and to have the heartache of the removal of their own children is a heartbreaking situation. And to see them get the help they need and then to get their children back, and to know a foster family that was a complete stranger on this island decided to come alongside this family and love on their kids and give them the best home environment as possible, and then hand them back is a huge sacrifice. It is what you said recently, or just a little bit ago, you said it was costly. The foster care journey is costly. It's costly financially, emotionally, spiritually. It's a lot. It drains the family, but super rewarding in the end. I have tons of stories of me handing these babies back to birth parents and saying, "Good job, Mom and Dad. I'm so proud of you." And it's been a beautiful thing to be a part of their story.
If I know who this Ray is, we live on an island. Bethany, you know this as well. We live on an island where our families are generated. We are all here, and we have and had part of our culture is family, and
Yes.
to see children in foster care or to see elderly going into nursing homes and the like, it sort of looks as if that's not the way that we have ever done things traditionally. But with foster care children, it's kind of an eye opener that we are living among families who are not necessarily traditional in the way that they are forming their families. This was actually to Ray, because if I think I know who he is, he comes from a pretty large one himself.
Yeah. I just want to make a comment that a lot of times in foster care, the relative placements here don't get enough credit. There are way more relative placements than there are licensed foster families, and we support their relatives as well. There are so many grandmas and grandpas that are raising their little babies and raising their grandkids, and the heartache that they carry, they always will tell me, "I want so much to be grandma, but I never intended to raise my grandchild." And it's heartbreaking to watch these grandparents, when they don't have the energy and the bodies that the young people have, yet they are sacrificing every single day to just love on these kids. And so Harvest House helps these relative placements too, who used to just kind of be forgotten. It's just mandatory for a relative to take in a relative, right? You're just supposed to step up. But they're sacrificing a whole lot. So we try to come alongside and help them as well.
I appreciate this. Bethany, tonight is at the Harvest House Training Center. It was happening at what time? And is there anything that anybody needs to bring?
No, you don't have to bring anything, just yourself. Come, Harvest House Training Center. You can Google and map it, and it will bring you right here at 7 o'clock tonight. I'm going to hold a 1-hour info meeting. CPS will be present and have foster applications available to you. We'll walk you through a little bit of the process, and you'll walk home with an application, and you can decide what you want to do with it. But I will say there are 70 kids waiting for you to sign those papers and welcome them into your home.
That's fantastic to hear from you. Thank you so much, Bethany. You know our number. You know my cell phone number, and now you know our station number. If there's anything that you need from us, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. God bless. That's Bethany Taylor, the founder of Harvest House. I didn't realize that she was the actual founder. More than 100 kids in 17 years. There's a special place in heaven for this lady for sure. 8:45. Let's go ahead and take a break here. We'll be right back.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Hungry and don't want to break the bank? Chili's has you covered. Starting at $12.99, enjoy Chili's new and improved 3 for Me meal deal. That's a starter, an entree, and a drink. Mix and match combos like chips and salsa, an old timer with cheese, and an ice cold Coke. So many options to choose from, you might need to come back just to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
From Jibo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. Public libraries, fire departments, the post office, lightning rods that save lives, the Declaration of Independence. They all have one person in common, Benjamin Franklin, one of our nation's most important founders.
Ben Franklin, he was the world's most famous scientist in his day. He's not remembered here as that. He's remembered as a founding father.
As U.S. ambassador to France, he convinced their powerful monarchy to back a risky rebellion that helped the 13 colonies win the battle against Britain to create the United States. His experiments with a kite proved that lightning was electricity. He helped write the Declaration of Independence and was a leading voice at the Constitutional Convention.
People are meeting him and they're going, it's like talking to a 20-year-old. His mind is so open.
He was a master of science, politics, diplomacy, and culture. And America would look very different if it weren't for the man born in poverty who rose to become one of the most influential figures of the 18th century.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kaysen is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station. Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. A glimpses media radio station.
Give yourself permission to break the budget and indulge. We are throwing out the thrift books for a very luxurious edition of the National Day Spotlight on June 18th.
While we typically think of self-indulgence as an excuse to buy expensive retail gadgets or premium jewelry, modern behavioral economists have discovered a far better way to upgrade your lifestyle: the time splurge. Invest in your money to buy back your hours by completely outsourcing your most hated chores. Paying someone to clean your house, mow your lawn, or handle your laundry yields a significantly longer-lasting psychological return by erasing daily stress. True wealth is controlling your schedule. On National Splurge Day, rewrite your definition of luxury, invest in your mental peace, and hire a service that lets you put your feet up and enjoy your afternoon.
You know, there's a lot of truth to this. I'm so in on this because our robot lawnmower has saved us a ton of hours every year.
And you probably heard Astro just now, just blipping around our studio here.
Absolutely.
Saves us time, too. Taking some photos.
He answers the door. He does all kinds of great
Yeah.
things. We are also celebrating National Go Fishing Day and National Wanna Get Away Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's P-A-I.
Your daily dose of island insight. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. A glimpses media radio station.
In the morning, wow. One listener writes, I thought these kids primarily came from Chuki's families, but was told it's Chamorro families. I don't understand the relationship between Chuki's and Chamorros as this happens, and why I don't understand why it would be a surprise, but interestingly so. It is a sad, sad situation. And so there is plenty of conversation that has. Guam is filled with these issues, and we talk about them pretty much ad nauseum. This morning we heard about all of the trials and tribulations that are going on with these chronic problems that we have on Guam. We're dealing with all sorts of frontliner issues on cybersecurity and cyber attacks coming from China. We're also talking about our Medicaid issues. We are talking about our education issues. The governor was in Washington, D.C. for a full committee of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources, and they were talking about all things that are related to Guam and to the territories. Guam being a really huge hot spot for many things that are federal, that become federal issues, even if they're not even, but as well as they're handling being dealt with on Guam. There's always going to be a relationship between what's happening with Guam and happening with the federal government, specifically the Department of Defense. And so these issues that we're talking about with veterans and with cybersecurity and with cabotage and with deep sea mining, deep sea mining has become a brand new issue with a lot of concentration on what's happening with the rapid movement toward deep sea mining coming up in such a short time. But we also have these age-old problems like cabotage and veterans issues. And I brought up the hospital, and I guess I was in error when I said to the governor this morning on the phone, I said, you got a chance to talk about Guam Memorial Hospital. She said, yeah, that was part of the conversation. And I said, as it relates to Guam, this is not a federal issue like it is with cybersecurity and with veterans issues and with deep sea mining and the military buildup. She goes, oh, no. This is definitely an issue that the federal government has to take some great active interest in that this hospital is designed to serve not only this community, but mass casualties that could take place in this arena of the world, that this class hospital has to be able to respond to incidents that happen in the Indo-Pacific as we are staring down problems with these countries, North Korea and with China, and these conversations that were out of turn by Donald Trump over Taiwan. So, everything will come back to how we are going to respond to as this sitting island and fortress for American defense in this region, that our hospital is going to have to be top notch because it will be taking care of military personnel in times of emergency, as does Japan, as does Korea, as does the Philippines. But Guam is a hot spot for weaponry and security. So there's that. And then on the other hand, she said, yeah, I had conversations because I want to talk about taking back Eagles Field. I'm like, whoa, what? Did I just hear this, or did this happen when I was on vacation? Are we circling back to Eagles Field? Or has that always been on the table, or did I just miss that? But she goes, yeah. It'll be part of the plan for Guam Memorial Hospital. If they give it to us, if they give Eagles Field back to the government of Guam, we don't have to do anything. We don't have to get permission from the military or have any relationship to make sure that that if it's an auxiliary or the main place for a medical campus, then I guess that would be the thing. And finally, we got the message that your fuel surcharge is going to increase beginning effective July 1st. Inevitable. But now that they're signing the agreement for the Strait of Hormuz to open, already we have seen that we've got relief at the gas pumps on Guam. That we have seen the price of gasoline drop. Was it 10 cents? So there's that. It takes a little bit longer for it to affect our fuel surcharge, but right now, the CCU last night was able to approve an increase in the LEAC by 19 cents for the average 1,000 kilowatt per hour consumer. That amounts to about $58 a month. That's a pretty hefty jump of $58. But the CCU maintains that it's not as high as it could have been. because what they're looking at is a huge amount of, if they were going to do the full force of a fuel surcharge increase, it could be really painful for a lot of families. So I asked Simon Sanchez, because the question I had a couple days ago with him was on the line of credit they were able to secure with the Bank of America. And I said, I thought that line of credit was supposed to stave off a LEAC increase in July. And he said, yes, we are using the line of credit to pay for the most recent tanker, but we will still be under recovered from the LEAC we charged since February 1st due to the Redheads war. Without the LEAC, without the LC, the line of credit, LEAC would go up even more. Okay, that's kind of the answer that I was expecting that would come from that. The line of credit is using to stave off the fuel surcharge. And maybe for a short period now that we might be holding hands with Iran once again. We'll find out now. Associated Press has got a newscast coming up here on Mornings with Patti. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
Thomas. The Federal Reserve has left its benchmark interest rate the same, but Sagar Magani reports changes could be coming under new chairman Kevin Warsh.
Nearly half the Fed's policymakers say they could back a rate hike this year, and in a surprisingly short statement, dropped language suggesting their next move would be a cut. That puts Warsh in a tough spot, since President Trump appointed him chair after blasting predecessor Jerome Powell for not reducing rates enough. Warsh did not give his own projection.
For me, it's not helpful in the conduct of policy.
And in his first news conference as chair, repeatedly stressed the Fed's determined to restore price stability.
We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to fix that.
Sagar Magani, Washington.
Stocks fell following the Fed statement. The Dow went from a 0.5% gain in the morning to drop more than 500 points, or nearly 1%. The S&P slumped 1.2%, the Nasdaq 1.3%. Meanwhile, the Commerce Department reports retail sales were up 0.9% last month. U.S. officials read the draft of a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran to reporters. It's to be signed tomorrow. The document calls for Tehran to, at a minimum, dilute its enriched uranium, while sanctions on the country would be waived, though not permanently ended. The deal would also open the Strait of Hormuz toll-free for 2 months and affirm a commitment to Lebanon's territorial integrity in the face of Israel's invasion, as it pursues the militant group Hezbollah. President Trump's trying to stop the confirmation process for Jay Clayton, his nominee to head the nation's intelligence agencies. Trump also says he will not sign a renewal of a key surveillance program without his legislation to require proof of citizenship for voters. And the National Hurricane Center's announced the formation of Tropical Storm Arthur, the first of the Atlantic season. This is AP News. A deadly plane crash on a Texas highway. Mike Kempen has the story.
Laredo police say the plane had 6 people on board when it crashed Tuesday night on the Loop 20 highway near Laredo International Airport. The plane was nearly sheared in half and tipped on its side. Dashcam video on social media shows the aircraft careening down the highway, taking out a light post before coming to a stop. The crash caused chaos. People left their vehicles to frantically try to smash out the cockpit window and free those inside. First responders can be heard calling for a ladder as they tried to free a passenger trapped inside. The audio is courtesy of Zayra Garza. I'm Mike Hempen.
The Austin American-Statesman reports the crash killed Joshua Baer, a leader in Texas's technology and startup sectors. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
This Father's Day, treat Dad to an unforgettable dinner at Roots Hills Grill House. June 19 through June 21. Enjoy a 3-course menu with premium steak, fresh seafood, and sweet finishes. $90 per person. Reserve your table and celebrate Dad in style.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Region high school and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep. Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
The road to Adelup is here, and this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Torius Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Jack here. I just want to make sure you've got two hands on the wheel when I tell you my Munch Better deals are just $5.99. Get a Junior Jumbo Jack meal or a Junior Chicken Sandwich meal for just $5.99. Okay, now let your hands steer you to Jack. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
As Americans, we celebrate all the things that make us different. So what is the thing that connects us? The thing that makes us Americans? It's simple. It's our shared belief that we are Americans. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. That belief that we each can be who we are and live the life we dream, in harmony with one another, in our system, written in the words of the Constitution. Know your Constitution. It's who you are. It's who we are.
Unity. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
This Father's Day, level up Dad's Ride with 20% off Nano Ceramic Coating. Go Global HP for style or Extreme Ceramic to beat the heat. Call 647-SLAM. Detailing and gift certificates available.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
From breaking news to bright ideas, Wave 105 is where Guam speaks. The road to Adelup continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station. News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
Give yourself permission to break the budget and indulge. We are throwing out the thrift books for a very luxurious edition of the National Day Spotlight on June 18th.
While we typically think of self-indulgence as an excuse to buy expensive retail gadgets or premium jewelry, modern behavioral economists have discovered a far better way to upgrade your lifestyle: the time splurge. Invest in your money to buy back your hours by completely outsourcing your most hated chores. Paying someone to clean your house, mow your lawn, or handle your laundry yields a significantly longer-lasting psychological return by erasing daily stress. True wealth is controlling your schedule. On National Splurge Day, rewrite your definition of luxury, invest in your mental peace, and hire a service that lets you put your feet up and enjoy your afternoon.
You know, there's a lot of truth to this. I'm so in on this because our robot lawnmower has saved us a ton of hours every year.
And you probably heard Astro just now, just blipping around our studio here.
Absolutely.
Saves us time, too. Taking some photos.
He answers the door. He does all kinds of great
Yeah.
things. We are also celebrating National Go Fishing Day and National Wanna Get Away Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, The Talk of Guam, Glimpses Media.
No ghetto man goes talking that jive around. You don't bang up on my door and wake the whole town. Yeah, you once had my love, baby, but you gave all that to some lady. No ghetto man comes begging down on all fours. He's got his self-respect, man, so get off of my floor. You think you're the star of my movie? I can tell you apart from what's groovy. Now you can waste my heart, hold me back to you until you're good and ready.
Here we go. Mornings with Patti happening right now at 9:13 in the morning. Lots of things happening. We have run the gamut of keeping up with some of the topics. This was a very busy Thursday. Learned a lot in this conversation. So we're here today, but we are also keeping up, I think, pretty punctually things that are happening with Rika, because you have until tomorrow. There is until tomorrow a deadline for inclusion in some amendments to what's happening with the RICA. And we did talk with Robert Celestial yesterday about just how much the urgency is for CNMI to be included in all of this. Robert's taken the time to come up to the studios this morning so he could tell you all that in person. He joins us here. He's from the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, and he's been pushing for many, many years, 30 at least. 26. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah,
Right. Okay, so 26 at least. There has been an effort by PARS to include Guam as downwinders, to include them in the Compensation Act. So we are here we were a little bit at a crossroads with the Kimberly Hines expressing not showing any interest in including the CNMI, and there's a reason for that. And Robert is here with us. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Patty. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And certain things. First of all, we've decided, or the congressman decided, not to introduce the amendment in the National Defense Authorization Act for many, many reasons. And so we're going to work with the RICA group that I've been working for so many years, and that we're going to do a comprehensive bill now, because the other states, a lot of other states and zip codes wants to be included. And what happened is that when we gave them the full version earlier this year, the amendment that was going to be introduced was lacking a lot of zip codes, issues like the extension of the years, the diseases. So there was a great pushback. A lot of the folks in our group from the different states were frustrated because their request wasn't added into the amendment. So we decided to not introduce the amendment in the NDA, that will work now. We were working with Mike Sikosia from Moylan's office. He's in D.C., and he kind of dropped the ball. And so now Julian Berdaliu, who's the chief of staff, he guaranteed that he's going to work with us now because there's a lot of miscommunications back and forth. And so that's where we're at now. As for the video that we received from Congresswoman Hines, she basically said that they don't have the evidence and that she wants a study to be done for the CNMI, which, it's okay. So what we're going to do is that we're going to continue to move forward with the other states and introduce our bill in July. And so I understand about studies because I brought with me 2 studies that were done in 2001 for Guam. It was by Dr. Neil Palafax and Dr. Terry Hamilton. So they were, if I show you the documents, they were hired by Department of Energy. And it was negative. They said that, no, Guam didn't receive any radiation, it's too far, this and that. But these 2 doctors didn't have the evidence we had.
Right.
So we had Lieutenant Bert Schreiber's testimony, we had Karen Ripley's testimony saying that, yes, Guam did receive, and we also were invited to the National Academies of Science, and in 2004, 3 years later, and then when we presented our case with the other states, the other downwinder states, then this book was published. And so when this book was published on page 200, you probably read this.
You looks like you read it several times.
Yeah.
It's a pretty beaten up book.
And so this was from the National Academy of Science after we testified before them. And it says, in the conclusion, it says, as a result of its analysis, the committee concludes that Guam did receive measurable fallout from the atmospheric testing of the nuclear weapons in the Pacific. Residents of Guam during that period should be eligible for compensation under RICA in a way similar to that of persons considered to be downwinders. So this was Dr. Dupu, Dr. Preston, Dr. Isef Al-Nabusi from the National Academy of Science. The National Academy of Science is supposed to be one of the highest scientific community in the nation. So with that conclusion, because of all the evidence we submitted, and even with some of the graphs, we were if I show you some of the graphs in here, is that Guam received higher strontium-90 than most of the states. And so we were hopeful to get in last year in July, but we were kicked out. We didn't have a defense in-house. I just feel that we need someone in the House to really fight for this, and so I understand where Delegate Hines is hesitant, but
they don't have the same sort of study base as we do on Guam to prove the evidence of that. And she's looking for something that's more long-term that she can cash in on as opposed to something that will be a big one-time payout?
No, is that I'm not too sure what's her hesitancy.
Okay.
If it's for documentation and evidence, we do have maps that show the circumference of the radiation where it came, and that radiation fallout don't go in a straight line.
Right.
From the Marshall Islands just to Guam, it went in a wide range. So, I'm just hopeful that maybe one day they'll get their whatever they want, but. As of this time, we did our best to try and get the
engage them. Okay,
right.
I kind of want to go in a different direction here with you,
sure.
Robert, for the next several minutes. You and I have been talking about it. You have talked about it. You've had a number of people who have come through and really started to learn the topic. As much as I feel like I have a true understanding.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I mean, that I have a true understanding. There's so much more to it, and I learned a lot of it by going to that to that meeting, the congressional meeting in Vegas. So I did learn a lot of it. I want to kind of bring it home for people because this could kill a show because people don't understand what it is that we're talking about.
I see.
And there may be people who are out there. We know there are people that are out there in Guam that are currently living or have lost someone to a cancer.
Yes.
And we throw cancer around and we throw it off as a way of life, right? It has to do, that's the number one killer on Guam. But we don't ever really talk about studying the origins of where that happened. And some of this has everything to do with environmental exposure, lifestyle, obviously.
Right.
It's a hereditary disease. So let's just talk about people who are sitting in right now, listening to what you're talking about, and bring it home to how it affects them and
Excellent.
affects their family, especially if they have had people who were around in this time after
Okay.
the war, which many people were, and are now considered to be downwinders.
Yes.
You were exposed
Right.
to radiation from missile testing that was happening in this area.
Right.
Let's talk to them.
Okay. Well, very good. The way it started was a lot of folks were exposed to nuclear fallout, kept secret, especially here in Guam. So they gave a program to those in Utah, Arizona, and Nevada, and they paid out through this program. But we were kept secret till 1994. The people of Guam were highly exposed to 67 nuclear and 2 hydrogen bombs. So the nuclear fallout would come to Guam, we would get exposed, our animals get exposed, we'd eat the fruits and everything, and a Lieutenant Bert Schreiber was stationed here in Guam, and that was his job, to detect radiation. So he was under a Q clearance, a top secret clearance, so he couldn't say anything till 2002. So imagine the people of Guam being exposed to nuclear fallout from 46 to 1962. So we were being exposed, people were getting sick, even today, because strontium-90 and cesium-137 has a 30-year half-life, meaning that from 1962 to 1992, the people were still being exposed to these radionuclides. So the people that have been suffering and dying of cancer, this would have attributed to their cancer, because even Dr. Safa would say it affects our DNA. It changes the DNA if one individual is exposed. Because I was exposed to high levels of radiation in the Marshall Islands, cleaning it up. And so out of 6,000 of us, there's less than 300 of us alive today. I'm alive with the other my comrades by miracle. And that we've been compensated through the VA just recently. But me, I was compensated years ago because I fought for it while I was on active duty. So the people that are suffering from cancer and other diseases here in Guam today and in the past, they were exposed to high levels of radiation here in Guam. It's not may or could. We were. We have the evidence. We went before the National Academy of Science and we proved it because it was declassified in 1994 through the Human Radiation Experiments Advisory Committee with Dr. Ruth Faden. And so by the Department of Energy declassifying all these other agencies, we were able to find it, present it before the National Academy of Science, and they published this book saying, yes, the people of Guam during that time period should be compensated through this program because that's why they're sick. We don't have to, all you have to do is prove that you were here for 1 year from that time period, from 1946 to 1992. And then if you have the compensable disease, then you may apply to the Department of Energy through this program once our bill is passed. So those folks here on Guam, I've convinced a lot of them and said, if you were here at that time, you don't have to prove anything other than you were here and that you have the compensable disease.
Which is formally known in some of these jurisdictions as the Presume Act. Many of these states have what they call, and I was talking about it when I attended that hearing for you folks in Vegas, that there are many other states that are trying to adopt the Presume Act because that says exactly what you're saying, but it puts it in the law that if you are to seek compensation through RECA, they're going to presume.
Well, there's a difference because I believe the congressional hearing in there was Congressman Takano, Congressman Lee. They're basically the presumption was basically for the VA, because when they passed the PACT Act, the Inuit cleanups were there, but not in RECA. And so that's where they're trying to make the presumptive, is because
into the veterans.
But for the civilian side,
yeah,
it's already a given. You don't have to prove anything on those two eligibility criteria through the CFR. That if you were there and you have the compensable disease, then apply. Then Department of Justice will prove. You don't have to prove anything, which is good, and that's why the VA wants that
Right, sure.
eligibility.
Right.
Because the VA didn't give that eligibility to the VA, only to the civilian side.
And there was a lot of reason why they didn't do. There's a lot of that could have could make it easier, because then what is happening in these other jurisdictions is that these were workers like yourself and
Right.
others that were involved in the cleanup or involved in what was happening at that time, and especially during the Cold War, exposed to radiation, but were in classified positions, and their records are not unclassified, which means they can't presume that it did
Right.
happen to you because
You can't prove it.
there's nothing that says that was your job description.
Right. There's no record of it.
There's no record
Well,
of it.
there's
Until they have
record,
record of it, they're not releasing it. So these are
Right.
classified documents that
Yeah.
tell a lot about the history of that time that they don't want to know, but they're not doing anything to spare the folks, or they are not sparing the folks that actually are suffering now from the fallout and dying as a
Right.
result. And like I was trying to tell you, in a very dramatic way, as it was presented at this hearing at the Atomic Museum, they're dying dramatically.
Very much.
Because they're not allowed to say it. And these guys that we're talking about were working in this environment, and they were sworn to secrecy.
Right.
And they have been loyal and patriotic to the country by going to those deathbeds without ever saying anything about where they were and how they contracted these diseases. So
and for
that's the sad
right. And for
part
us,
of it.
the Inuit cleanup veterans, we were basically in the same boat.
Yeah.
But it was declassified in 1994, and believe it or not, we were only given recognition in 2023.
Mhm.
They gave it the designation as atomic veterans,
Yeah.
so that really helped us. But for the people of Guam,
who were exposed,
who
that
were
were
exposed,
civilians.
right?
And the bloodline is now bringing these cancers into the future
Exactly.
generations. They are supposed to be entitled to the compensation under RICA.
and that's what we're fighting for.
That's what the deal
and,
is.
And we're hopeful, because now that we're still working with other states that want to be included with other issues. For instance, even though the Navajo Nation was included last year, they didn't include affidavits. And so they wanted to get into our bill to have the affidavits placed in there and passed in the NDAA bill, but now affidavits provides them the ability to have their application Department of Justice will not approve their application without affidavits, because their housing areas are not numbered. They don't have the residency within the reservations are it is difficult.
That's just roadblocks. That makes no
Yeah,
sense.
right. And also, I was talking to Phil Harrison, who's in charge, and not only that, their medical records are not really kept up to par. But then so many issues that in 1990 they did pass affidavits for them, and they were able to receive the compensation. So Department of Justice last year, in their claims, saying, no, you don't have any affidavits, so we're not going to give it to you. So that's why they need affidavits to be in our bill. So other than that, there was other communities like Ohio, Washington State, and Missouri that were left out that they want to come into our bill. And so that's where we're going to work with this comprehensive. So that's where we're at today.
Okay.
So
Just quickly, we're limited in time, but just quickly, talk about the compensation, because that tends to perk up the ears of people who might be filing claims. Certain cancers are included, and certain amounts based on physical condition.
Right.
Talk to us about compensation.
Okay, the compensation for the downwinders is on the previous bill is $100,000, and the previous 1990 is $50,000. So we upped it to $100,000 for this bill, and for let me see. We're trying to get not only the compensation, we're trying to get medical benefits.
Yeah.
And so we really need the medical benefits. Other jurisdictions received medical benefits last year, like Missouri, for the toxic waste. So that's what we want. So if an individual, matter of fact, my counterparts like Utah, New Mexico, and Idaho, we communicate. They said they're doing good. They're receiving their monies. They're really happy, and they feel bad for Guam because we've been working with them for 16 years, and then all of a sudden we got kicked out. So they've been explaining, yeah, they're receiving their 100,000. They're fighting for, they call it screening. So they got the screening. Free screening. That's why if we bring free screening to Guam, that would be great. But we want the medical benefits and the $100,000. So that's what we're fighting for Guam. We deserve it because the evidence, we have all the evidence, I mean.
Do you still have to be living?
No. If the individual had passed away with the cancer, then the spouse can apply. If the spouse had passed away, then the children may apply. If they had one child and the grandchildren, it goes all the way down to the grandchildren may apply to their grandparents.
Is that the eligibility for all those other jurisdictions?
Downwinders
for downwinders and other areas that the compensation bleeds into deep into the family root?
Yes. So it's like that in the Code of Federal Regulation, and if you go into their website, it actually explains everything, who may qualify, and so that's a good thing. Not like, I hate to bring this up, not like the war reparation where a lot of people were eliminated, but this one goes all the way down to the grandchildren.
That's amazing. Now, if clearly money would be the big stop, right?
Yes.
That's a lot of money for a lot of generations of people, right?
Well, if you look at it the way I looked at it, the way they passed it, Utah, New Mexico, and Idaho had a CBO score. It's called Congressional Budget Office.
Yeah.
Okay, they had a score of $2.5 billion. Guam only had $650 million in our CBO for Guam. So why we were kicked out, I don't understand. Because we had the lowest CBO score for Guam when they did the adjustment of how much money they were going to fork out for our island compared to the $2.5 billion for these guys. I said it didn't make any sense.
You just said that we need more or better congressional representation. It's amazing because the governor was just in front of a full Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, which would be the nest that we could drop this on, and pointed questions could have been asked. It's unfortunate that didn't make the cut of issues to be discussed. I'm not sure whether the governor knew about or
she did. What I mean by we need stronger, the way I feel is this: they just have to understand the evidence and how to present it before the floor. And that's it. Because when you listen to Hawley and Crapo and all these other senators that just presented for their state, it's very simple. It was easy to understand why they would support their state. But we've never been able to go before the House floor and explain why Guam should be in this program. We can't just go in there and say, look, the National Academies of Science, already deemed that we should be eligible. We have a Lieutenant Bert Schreiber who testified in a sworn testimony. We have Karen Ripley, who was a child here in Anderson Air Force Base, and her father said that they couldn't go out of the house for 2 weeks because they were told nuclear fallout was falling in Anderson and they had to clean it up. And so we have her sworn testimony, and there's probably more, but those are the things that if Moylan or anybody goes before the floor and say, look, you can't deny Guam from being being accepted into this program because the evidence is there. I mean, I can't understand why. But no one from Guam has ever gone before the floor and explained it that way. And I hope, and it's only been the staffers talking to other staffers, but I don't see Congressman Moylan going and talk to other congressmen by himself and say, hey, look, Guam deserves to be in this program. This is what happened. No, it's the staffers that go on. As a matter of fact, I blame Mike Socia because he dropped the ball. It's because I got a call from Kevin Davis from the Union of Concerned Scientists the other day saying, no, he doesn't respond to his emails. And I said, that's not what I was taught. I thought you guys were communicating. And then that's where the communication gap was falling. And then we had the meeting with the delegate, and then I just scolded both of them. I said, look, the people of Guam are dying. We deserve to be in this, and you guys are dropping the ball left and right. You know, I mean, we shouldn't have got kicked out.
Have you had any personal conversations or personal audience, that is, with either Teresa Limtiaco or Mary Torres?
Both of them. I sat down with both of them. I explained the whole issues. I showed them all the documents. Provided them. I said, look, you know, if you guys were to make it, you know, we hope and pray that you really understand the issue for our people, that they're dying. We just buried a lot of our members, and so the facts are here. The evidence is here. It's just the intestinal fortitude to bring it before Congress and say, look, you know, we're not going to demand it. We're just going to present it and say, look, this has to pass for the people of Guam.
Whoever is going to, if he is to be replaced, James Moylan, whoever is going to take his place, are you hoping that you've already got enough momentum so that when either Mary or Alicia step into office, that there is already groundwork toward it in their relations, in their potential relationships with these other states that have been supporting Guam in the effort to get compensation?
I believe so, and so there might be a change in this next election, because right now it's a Republican majority. So if it does change to a Democratic majority, because right now our issue goes before the Judiciary Committee, and so Jordan has been on the gray line. Jim Jordan, he's the chairperson for the Judiciary Committee, and I was just told the other day that maybe Raskin might be the chairperson for the Judiciary, and he's in favor of for Guam and the other states for RICA. So it's a huge dynamic that I have to play left and right, and so yes, I mean I just wish and hope that they could go before the floor and just present it the way it should be. That's all, and convince the other congressmen. And matter of fact, our delegate has to be convinced first that this is true, because I don't see it. I don't see it. You know, I mean, there's
what do you mean that convinced that it's true?
There's a hesitancy to go before other congressmen and women, you know, and say, look, the people of Guam deserve this. We were exposed, because even if you watch the video with Congresswoman Hines that she sent out, she said, oh, the people of Guam may have been exposed. You know, we don't have the evidence. We're going to have a study. So I said, no, the people of Guam is not may be exposed. The people of Guam were exposed.
I actually see her video. I know you sent it to me, but that was 1:30 in the morning.
Right.
So I honestly didn't have time. I was setting up other things for the show this morning, but I will be certain to listen to it. It's only how many minutes long? It's only...
No, but see, the wording is very, very important, especially when you present it in Congress. You know, if you say may, then there's a hesitance. But if you say we were, and we have the evidence that the people of Guam were exposed from this time period, and that and not only that, the National Academy of Science, we have the evidence, you know, and then it can't be disputed. And so that has never been presented before the floor.
It sounds like PARS has to establish a large voting bloc on this issue. To your point, it's been 26 years. Absolutely.
We did.
But do you have a large voting bloc? Because, you know, these...
Well, right now we do have a few states. We have co-sponsors that wants to co-sponsor our bill. They want... See, this was the issue.
on Guam voting bloc.
Oh, on Guam voting bloc? To do what? To move...
To decide who you want to be your congressman.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why I believe that we've been suffering all these years, is because we haven't had a congressman or woman to go before Congress and
act on your behalf
and present the facts the way it should be.
Strength is in the numbers. They listen to people in large voting blocks. That's for sure.
Because look at this, Patty. We worked so hard with the Senate. Sure. We got into the Senate. Yeah. They passed our bill twice in the Senate. We got the support from Hawley, from Crapo, from Lujan, from Fernandez. Everybody was on board. We're in the bill. Then all of a sudden, they kicked us out. Why they kicked us out, we don't know. No, even the House don't even know, and we've been trying to find out why. And that's where we're at today. So hopefully we pray that
makes it into the NDAA.
No, it's Moylan's.
It's going to be okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's another a
Right.
different
Right.
side
So
bill.
Moylan's not going to, Congressman Moylan's not going to introduce it into the NDA because it was flawed. Flawed because a lot of people that made requests for this bill, and then it was short. The full version was taken out, and then imagine your Vasquez or Stanberry, right? And you said, okay, we'll support your bill. We want this. We want affidavits, and then you find out the affidavits are not in the bill. I mean, so that's the issue. So that's why he's not going. We agreed not to introduce it in the NDA, and then we're going to work together. And then Mike's not going to be in charge; it's going to be Julian now.
Okay.
He's going to be with us in the meetings, and so we're going to make sure that communication is right. And so, whoever.
Every act toward this is a huge dramatic one for PARS.
Yes.
Right? I mean, I can show you a whole thread of conversations that you have had and I have had over the years, but everything is always the holding out of hope, that even a minor setback or a major setback, which was being kicked out of the NDAA, out of RICA, whatever was that last year?
Last year, July.
Last year. So, always for some reason lends hope to you to go in a different direction that's more promising. So, that's why I stick with listening to the story, because
Thank
I
you
think
so
that
much.
because it always feels like whenever there's a hiccup, there's always going to be some hope of a solution. And I like that kind of productivity. I like that kind of energy, and which is why we don't mind having you on as a guest.
Thank you so much.
No,
Patty.
it's my pleasure. Absolutely. So we'll keep up with what's going to happen next. And
Yes.
I'm sure that you'll keep me abreast.
Amen. And
Thanks.
hopefully we'll go back to Congress. I'm going back to Congress.
Yeah,
And
okay.
we'll lobby again with the new group.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Patty.
No problem. That's Robert Celestial. He is the founder of the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors here on Guam. It's time to take a break here. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
This Father's Day, treat Dad to an unforgettable dinner at Roots Hills Grill House. June 19 through June 21. Enjoy a 3-course menu with premium steak, fresh seafood, and sweet finishes. $90 per person. Reserve your table and celebrate Dad in style.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all recent high school and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
Jack here. I just want to make sure you've got 2 hands on the wheel when I tell you my Munch Better deals are just $5.99. Get a Junior Jumbo Jack meal or a Junior Chicken Sandwich meal for just $5.99. Okay, now let your hands steer you to Jack.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
As Americans, we celebrate all the things that make us different. So what is the thing that connects us? The thing that makes us Americans? It's simple. It's our shared belief that we are Americans. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. That belief that we each can be who we are and live the life we dream, in harmony with one another, in our system written in the words of the Constitution. Know your Constitution. It's who you are. It's who we are.
Unity. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
This Father's Day, level up Dad's Ride with 20% off Nano Ceramic Coating. Go Global HP for style or Extreme Ceramic to beat the heat. Call 647-SLAM. Detailing and gift certificates available.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
Give yourself permission to break the budget and indulge. We are throwing out the thrift books for a very luxurious edition of the National Day Spotlight on June 18th.
While we typically think of self-indulgence as an excuse to buy expensive retail gadgets or premium jewelry, modern behavioral economists have discovered a far better way to upgrade your lifestyle: the time splurge. Invest in your money to buy back your hours by completely outsourcing your most hated chores. Paying someone to clean your house, mow your lawn, or handle your laundry yields a significantly longer-lasting psychological return by erasing daily stress. True wealth is controlling your schedule. On National Splurge Day, rewrite your definition of luxury, invest in your mental peace, and hire a service that lets you put your feet up and enjoy your afternoon.
You know, there's a lot of truth to this. I'm so in on this because our robot lawnmower has saved us a ton of hours every year.
And you probably heard Astro just now, just blipping around our studio here.
Absolutely.
Saves us time, too. Taking some photos.
He answers the door. He does all kinds of great things. We are also celebrating National Go Fishing Day and National Wanna Get Away Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, Glimpses Media.
I might be too taboo. Tried to be a girl with good intentions, proud to speak my heart without any pretension.
9:49 in the morning, about 10 minutes before we hit the top of the hour, and then move into what we're going to do tomorrow. We have like one guest in the studio tomorrow at 9 in the 9 o'clock hour, but it's
Right
a
on.
free for all.
Okay.
You know, tomorrow we'll just sort of make it a potpourri of topics, unless something pops off.
I got you.
Okay,
I
all
got
right.
you.
But in the meantime, keeping company with Chris. Hey, Chris.
Good morning, Patty.
Hey, good morning.
I just wanted to make a comment. First of all, I'd just like to commend Robert Celestio for, again, his continued efforts in pushing the powers for us to be compensated here on Guam. On the second topic that I just want to cover real quick with you, because I know you're getting off the air soon, is you were interviewing the governor earlier about Eagles Field.
Yeah, that hit me from
you know-
left field. Did that get you in left field? I had no idea.
Yes, so, Eagles Field is near and dear to my heart because the entire Eagles Field, where the kids actually play on, is my father and his sibling's property.
Oh.
So I have a vested interest in that field, and I'm glad that the governor is pursuing with the federal partners to try and release that land back to government of Guam. And again, there was no controversy in obtaining that property, Patty. What made the controversy was the senators at the time during the 37th and the 36th.
It was specifically Therese Terlahi and Chris Barnett.
Okay, well, now that you mentioned the names, okay, fine. But anyway, I'm just hoping that it comes to fruition and that the federal government will return those lands back to GovGuam and give GovGuam another chance to do something with that property. And, you know, the governor in the beginning had been meeting with the stakeholders, whereas Judy Wampet is getting a lot of pushback because she went and met with the board instead of the stakeholders first to get their support. Well, the governor met with the stakeholders. We had like 3 meetings before the senators started having public hearings on the Eagles field. But the governor had been meeting with stakeholders and said, hey, look, guys, you guys have 3 choices, 3 options. Either land compensation, this is what she offered, land compensation, land exchange, or you can continue to fight to get your property back. But it's clear in the federal law, and John Birch testified, I don't know how many times in the legislature, that that land, if the GovGuam doesn't use it, it goes back to the federal government. It doesn't go back to the landowners.
Right.
And that's the problem with those senators that they had, was especially Teresa Lagos. She testified in the hearings that, no, don't worry, we'll fight for your land, we'll fight with you, we'll get your land back. And we already know that's not the case. So fast forward to 2026, I just hope and pray that Eagles Field gets returned back to GovGuam. And if it's still Governor Lulangro, well, that occurs, great. I'm pretty sure that she would continue to put that offer on the table, whether land compensation or land exchange, or whoever the new administration is, which I'm hoping that it'll be Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. I'm pretty sure that he would take care of the landowners as well, because the one thing I know with the governor, and I'll say it in tomorrow, Gof Mahasi I gobyerno ni Paitauta. Gof Asi Paitauta. Isina gobyerno Gof Atan I offered by Maliknya I Paitauta Gini Gipanugohan. And that's what I really love about this governor. You know, when I see her early in the morning at 5, walking around Hagatnya doing her early morning walk, I used to tease her and I said, Governor, if you were at a younger age, like maybe 18 to 21, you would pass the Ranger course in the Army. You would be the first female Ranger tab, to put a tab on the Ranger tab. And, you know, she would just laugh. But man, she's a trooper. She's a hard worker, and I don't know when she sleeps or finds the time to do all that. But she's a hard charger, and I'm glad that she's pursuing that again. And I'm hoping that the legislature will change as well and make this hospital come to fruition in Manilo. Thank you.
All right, Chris. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Take good care. It's nice to talk to you again. Yeah, I was kind of confused when she said, you know, I talked because I wanted to see if we can get the Eagles' land back. I honestly, unless I've been sleeping on stuff happening with the government, I didn't know that there was always still the pursuit of Eagles Field. I thought that ship has sailed after the military basically said you have a certain amount of days, and they extended it another 30 to get it together, that we will back you up, we will give you this field, and we will let you use it for the hospital. Of course, some of the trade-off would be military service members would definitely have access to the facility, because it also helps them up at Naval Hospital not to have to expand that facility into a specialty hospital. Which is what the military needs for their service people, or those retirees who have access to military care. I honestly thought that was just the end of Eagles Field. Eagles Field was just going to remain, in auxiliary land for the missile defense system that's being built next door. But now I find out it's either that they're pursuing it. Because there's still the controversy around Gita. There's still something in the whole, this whole drama about the hospital up in Mingilau, in how Gura was allowed to purchase the land using American Rescue funds in order to pay off Dr. Joel and the other gentleman. I'm sorry, his name escapes me, but and their land being condemned under eminent domain for this, and then being offered, the market price plus another $10,000 or $10,000 on top of the market price, because that's how the governor can negotiate that within the law. I thought it was over, but as long as this suit is still out there in Superior Court, then we are still going to be dealing with this hospital, counting down now 6 months left over to the end of this year, where these funds have to be expended, or that the governor, if the funds, clearly are not going to this hospital, which was originally earmarked for that, is to get the ball rolling on the investors who need something static to be able to invest in. Is there anything that they can, hold on to? Because she's saying, we've got investors. The government's obligation over the next 35 years is also going to be in the billions, but 1 point some billion. But it's going to take a lot more money from the local government in order to make this happen. But the initial investment is going to be coming from these corporations that are with the money that have been meeting with her in the past several months to discuss investments on Guam. But Eagles Field hit me like, again, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but maybe I was a little more surprised than she expected me to be. Nonetheless, that's there. The other big thing is the response by Judy Wampat this morning when we interviewed her about the vote that was taken by the Board of Education, where they are opposed to her closing any schools within the Department of Education for any reason. And I said, are you treating this as a directive that this majority vote against closing these schools? Or are you treating it as like a survey, a poll, basically, by the educators that say this is how we feel, but it's not going to go anywhere other than this is how we feel? She said, I'm treating it like a survey. Like whatever vote they made will have taken under advisement, and whether or not it has any impact on closing the schools is still up to her, because the authority lies with her. There's precedent to show that the Board of Education has in the past been able to get in and concern themselves outside of their authority or their role as dictated by law on how to operate the Department of Education. They have zero authority over the operation of the Department of Education, but they do have policy-making authority. Are they micromanaging? Are they meddling? It sounds like she said, yeah, it's kind of micromanaging. We've had an incident where we thought that this was done, that legal counsel went to them and said, on this one particular issue several years ago, that you need to stand down, that these decisions are only to be made under the authority of the education superintendent, which is not going very well. If you listen to some of our critics, the critics that are on YouTube this morning, they don't believe one person using the same logic is saying you can't just get rid of schools and isolate education, that there's got to be a need for these classrooms and a need for this, and that it's important that we understand how critical it is in a time when education is under big question by the federal government. The role of education on Guam is really to make sure that we are providing education for our students, but we're also talking about during an age when they are trying to take away the Department of Education being run by the United States rather than its own people in this jurisdiction, and Guam cannot simply just can't afford to bankroll an entire education system without the help of the federal government as it is. What can we do to give community members confidence in DOE to send their kids back to DOE schools? Good question. Ponder it. Let me know what you think. It's now time to get out of here and make room for, are we having our Pinoy friends on today? I'm not sure whether that's happening, but whatever's happening is going to happen pretty much after the AP News coming up here. We've got Dice on the other end. That was very aggressive. Since nothing says goodbye more than the volume. Get out!
Hey, gotta get out.
Catch Dice on the ever popular Power 98 and all of the antics of these DJs on that side, doing their thing on TikTok and just making the world rock the way they do on that side. Holly does his thing this afternoon from 2 until 6 o'clock. And then we come back at you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 a.m. to lead you through your Friday and your Father's Day weekend. A bunch of prizes that we're going to give away tomorrow to sew up our celebration of you, the dad, on Sunday. 10 a.m. in mornings with Patti. I'm Patti.
I'm Dice.
KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Dice. Mwah.
Give yourself permission to break the budget and indulge. We are throwing out the thrift books for a very luxurious edition of the National Day Spotlight on June 18th.
While we typically think of self-indulgence as an excuse to buy expensive retail gadgets or premium jewelry, modern behavioral economists have discovered a far better way to upgrade your lifestyle: the time splurge. Invest in your money to buy back your hours by completely outsourcing your most hated chores. Paying someone to clean your house, mow your lawn, or handle your laundry yields a significantly longer-lasting psychological return by erasing daily stress. True wealth is controlling your schedule. On National Splurge Day, rewrite your definition of luxury, invest in your mental peace, and hire a service that lets you put your feet up and enjoy your afternoon.
You know, there's a lot of truth to this. I'm so in on this because our robot lawnmower has saved us a ton of hours